What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for being here. God bless you. And today we're going to talk about a lot of different topics, such as Thomas Massie and Trump are at odds, and Trump is teaming up with his donors to try to kick Thomas Massie out of Kentucky again. Obviously, I don't agree. We're going to talk about that. Matt Walsh has called for unity with the right wing amidst Charlie Kirk's death. He says we can't keep fighting on Twitter. We have to unite, which a lot of people, especially the pro Israel Zionist right, said we're not uniting with a lot of those people. And there's some interesting angles to that I want to talk about. And I haven't been live for a few weeks, so there's a lot of plots. The Charlie Kirk text messages that came out when I was gone, Venezuela regime change ramping up, a lot of things that I've been seeing that I will at some point talk about. So we'll see how long this one lasts. It's always a little bit weird to come back live after I haven't done videos in a few weeks, but Dreamer podcast starts now. I'm very grateful that anybody tunes into my show. I know it's been big numbers over the last decade or so, but I'm very grateful. Thanks for being here. Dreamer podcast starts now. Let's get into it. Got some good stuff to show you, some interesting angles. And I really think the one thing that inspires me when I am gone or I take a break or I work on something else for a little bit, the one thing that always inspires me to come back is there's really not a lot of honest people in this industry. And I always look at what everyone else is saying and think, man, that's just not true. So that's where we're at. Dreamer podcast starts now. Thank you guys again.
It's the Dream Rare Podcast. Welcome to the show. The way to get the news at the desk or on the road. Let's go. God is great and success in our control. The world is crazy, but we get better from obstacles. Yeah.
Thank you, Max Meeks. I appreciate it. I went on vacation for a week for my birthday. I visited my family, and also there's a lot of different hats that I wear, pun very intended, because I run I don't know where people are watching me now, but I have 1.6 million people on Facebook. I have a large Instagram audience, and nowadays everything's so fragmented and different. And is you can make a living posting reels, you can make a living posting TikToks. It's like I got like 17 different things to do. I just fall back off the live streams, and I apologize for doing so because I do like these a lot. It's just the workload of figuring out what to do, when to do it is pretty crazy. But I wanted to say this too. I got new hats in. These are all made in America. God bless hats black. God bless hats white. God is great hats black. I bought them. They're made in the US, custom made, all USA materials. I basically had to have these hats not even be blanks. They're made from scratch because nobody actually makes things in America. So these are the best quality I think I've ever had. 10 out of 10. It's got an American flag in the back as well. And if you guys want to get one of these hats, it's at dreamrare.com. I buy them in bulk myself. I have all American teams on everything. So it takes a lot to get them, and they're super dope. So hopefully you guys check them out. I got a lot that I'm thinking about for this live stream, but I'm going to start with the headline. I think that's only fair. And all these stories kind of connect because I think there's a common theme there. But Thomas Massie, I've told people for years, he's my favorite congressman, especially after the lockdown. He was the only one standing up against the lockdown. He was the only one standing up against the CARES Act. He said that Congress needs to go and vote in person because they were trying to pass the CARES Act, which is like the most expensive bill at the time in history. Definitely the scammiest bill probably ever passed, which is saying something because most bills are a scam. But everybody was willing to pass the craziest thing ever passed without even showing their recorded vote. And Thomas Massie said constitutionally, if everyone else has to show up for work, so do we. You can't hide your name when you're voting for the craziest bill. That's when Massie caught on my radar. Since then, I followed him. He seems like the most normal guy. He's like an MIT smart science guy, but at the same time, pretty down to earth, like a country dude. And let me just show you real quick what he tweeted. He's got a few billionaires that are funding the race against him: Paul Singer, John Paulson, and Miriam Adelson. And Trump is joining them to try to kick him and Rand Paul out of the party, I guess, because Rand Paul and Thomas Massie, they don't play along to the uniparty games. Sometimes they oppose Trump constitutionally. And if you've learned anything about President Trump, no matter how much you like him, no matter how much you don't like him, it doesn't really matter. He's very petty. I get it. I understand loyalty is important, but Trump, it doesn't matter. I don't think like what you're doing or how right it is. It's more like, do you grovel at his feet? If you do, then he'll endorse Lindsey Graham, who's going to be his first campaign cycle in-person fundraising. He's going to fundraise and try to endorse Lindsey Graham to get people to vote for him again. So, Massie and Paul, they're not perfect. I don't agree with everything that they do, but I don't think they're the problem in Congress. I think they're the solution. And I think if there were more people like them and Marjorie Taylor Greene, we'd actually get some good stuff done. And everyone says, well, they're not, they can't get anything done. Thomas Massie has a lot of good bills. So does Rand Paul. It's just nobody signs them. They want to audit the Fed. Nobody wants to audit the Fed. Thomas Massie's working on a bill where he wants to put the country of origin on beef so you know where your beef came from. I think that's a great idea. Nobody wants to vote for that one. So the reason they can't get anything done is because Congress is filled with Pelosi's and Lindsey Graham's and not Massey's and Paul's. But anyway, I want to talk about specifically Miriam Adelson, because there's a lot of interesting stuff and kind of cross connections with Trump there. They're both going against Thomas Massie right now. I want to read you something that Trump said recently, and there's two options because there's a lot I'm going to say in this live stream, so I'll save it for later. But it's hard to trust Trump because Trump is, even though he's very honest in many ways, Trump has a way of being like, I'm going to open the country. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm not going to extend the lockdown. I am. I don't want to do this. Like, I'm against vaccine mandates, but I get it. Like he likes to play the fence on a lot of topics. So it's hard to tell if he actually means what he says or he's just trying to placate his base and not take a really big stance. And then when Joseph Ladapo ended childhood vaccine mandates in Florida, the Surgeon General, who's awesome, that Ron DeSantis picked, Trump kind of made a public statement saying he disagreed with him. So it's like Trump will grandstand against vaccine mandates. He's like not for them, but he also he doesn't criticize all the other states for doing vaccine mandates. He's criticizing Joseph Ladapo for taking them away. Trump is like very sneaky, but he's often like playing both sides of the equation. So the reason I kind of preface with that is I'm not sure if Trump actually means what he says right here that I'm about to read you. But if he does actually mean what he says, I think there's a lot of connections to how much pressure Trump would be under because he's taken hundreds of millions of dollars. And I think there's a connection with Charlie Kirk there as well. And I don't want to be misconstrued. I'm not saying anything I can't prove, and I'm not saying what people are going to suggest I'm saying, where it's like, oh, these people did that to Charlie Kirk. I'm not saying that. I don't do inaccurate reporting. I don't make up stuff that I can't prove. But what I can prove is that Charlie Kirk was under immense pressure in his last couple of months. He was being called an anti-Semite. And that's just the truth. Like, Charlie Kirk was massively pro-Israel. Charlie Kirk was a friend of Israel. Charlie Kirk showed love to Israel. But it's almost never enough for certain people, for certain donors, for a certain crowd. It's just never enough. And I noticed that Charlie was panicking in his last few months, just like freaking out because he's like, all these people I thought were my friends are now calling me like an anti-Semite. Nobody seems to be coming to my defense to help me. And there is a common thread there. And like I said, I don't want to be misconstrued because this is just the reality of what was happening in Charlie Kirk's last few months. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just simply stating that if Donald Trump wants to take hundreds of millions of donor dollars from people and then do the opposite of what they want, I guarantee he's going to be under immense pressure too. And there's going to be a lot of media turning against him if this is actually what he means. And, I don't really know what else could really happen as far as like what would happen if Trump defied hundreds of millions of dollars that he took, or what deals did Trump make behind closed doors? I don't know. But I would assume that if someone gives someone hundreds of millions of dollars and then they don't do what they asked for, they're rightfully annoyed. It's like if you buy a house and somebody doesn't give it to you, it's, you're paying for a service. I'm not saying it makes it right. I'm not saying it justifies like donors being upset. I'm just telling you the reality of what's going on. So now that I've kind of just given my freelance, free bird, Leonard Skinner, my free take on like what I'm thinking about this. Here's what Trump said to Time Magazine today or in the last week. And part of me, this is the weird part about Trump. Part of me believes it and part of me doesn't believe him. I can't figure out whether I actually think he's trying to do this or not. And I'm going to explain more, and then we're going to watch a few more clips. The interviewer for Time Magazine asked Trump, he said, you told Netanyahu you will not allow him to annex the West Bank. There are still forces in his coalition who are pressing for it. I'm just wondering what are the consequences if they move forward? Trump said, it won't happen. It won't happen. It won't happen because I gave my word to the Arab countries, and you can't do that now. We've had great Arab support. It won't happen because I gave my word to the Arab countries. It will not happen. Israel will lose all of its support from the United States if that happens. So Netanyahu, I'm pretty sure, wants the West Bank. I know Miriam Adelson wants the West Bank. I'll show you in a second. And Trump is saying that Israel can't have the West Bank or else they're going to lose all our support. There's two options here. And once again, I won't blame you if you believe either one, because I don't know what to believe with Trump. I do think he's an anomaly and it's hard to really tell. On one hand, Trump might be lying. He might just be playing this game of like, ooh, I'm going to stop them, but I'm not going to stop them, but I'm going to stop them, but I'm not going to stop them, but they'll lose our support, but they'll get our support, but they'll lose our support, but they don't have our support, but they have our support. It's like, there's no reason to trust a politician. So if you look at that statement and you say, I don't trust Donald Trump, he's lying, I don't blame you. Part of me agrees. But the other part of me thinks that he actually, like, I don't think sometimes that Trump is this idealist. He likes ballrooms, he likes money, he likes building, he likes talking. There's things that Trump likes. I don't think he's that Christian. I don't think he's that conservative. I don't think his support of Israel is really like so deep that he really cares from a religious standpoint. I just think Israel's powerful and they've probably helped Trump his entire life as far as, people in that atmosphere. So Trump is like, yeah, they're a good ally to have. They're rich, they're powerful. They've always kind of been on my side. I'm on their side. I don't think Trump, and this is like a good and a bad thing. I would say it's probably more bad than good because I think you should have certain convictions. Like for me, and there's a lot I could say about this, but I'm not. There's a whole like gambling scandal going on right now with Chauncey Billups and sports players. It involves the mob. It involves like rigging poker games, and it involves basketball games as well. The entire atmosphere of sports gambling has become insane. It's like big pharma. I love sports, and it's becoming like I can't even watch sports because it's like addicting watching the sports ads wanting to sports gamble. And you watch a basketball game, it's there. It's everywhere. You try to just listen to a podcast or talk about sports. There's sports gambling ads everywhere. But the point I was trying to make with where was I going with that? I kind of like lost my train of thought. With all the sports gambling ads, what was I saying before that? I'm sorry. I got to go back to the comments. Sorry. This is what happens when I go off on tangents, when I'm like in a political thing and then I go off to like a modern thing. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to say. I would never sell a sports gambling ad to a person. That's my like intuition, right? No matter how much I've ever gambled, no matter how much I like sports or I've sports gambled, I don't think it's ethical to sell that to other people. I would, deep in my soul, even if one of these sports gambling apps gave me 100,000, 1,000,000, 5,000,000, $1 billion, $1 billion. I'm not even just saying this. If one of the sports apps came to me and said, Anomaly, sell gambling to your audience, we'll give you $1 billion. I'd rather not have it just because I have conviction to certain things. I don't think it's ethical to sell gambling. I don't want to. I think it's way over the top, the same way I wouldn't sell vaccines for $1 billion. I think it's a problem in our society, and it's like way too much. I don't think Trump has those convictions, and I don't think other people have those convictions. I'm looking at, and I'm not trying to throw shade at people, but sports athletes who make literally $100 million, $500 million, they're selling sports gambling to young men. It's like, do you not have enough money? You don't have enough money? You signed all these deals, yet you need to sell all these gambling apps to young kids and men and older men and family people. It's never enough for these athletes. They have to sell the trashiest stuff. I wouldn't do it. Trump, I think he would sell water to a whale, salt to a snail. I don't think he has these deep Christian convictions, conservative convictions, or even Israeli convictions like a lot of people think he has. I just think he goes where the money and the power is. But here's the thing. If he means what he actually said there, I don't know that he does, and I don't necessarily believe that he does. But part of me, even though I don't like Trump for all the reasons I just named, I do think somewhere deep down in his like golden, he probably has like a golden gold imported in him. It's like, rotting gold at this point. But I do think that he wants peace in the Middle East because I think peace is easier than war. But I don't, this reminds me of the Charlie stuff. And I'm not saying they're going to kill Trump or they kill Charlie. I'm not saying that. People are going to say I'm saying that. But what I am saying is Charlie was pro-Israel. Charlie was taking a lot of money. Charlie was doing everything they ever wanted. Yet he was still being called an anti-Semite. He was still being called Hamas. He was still being called all sorts of names. Same with Megyn Kelly. It's like it's never enough. So with Donald Trump, like he's not really in a position to turn his stance this way. Like even if he really means what he said, which part of me thinks he does, I think he thinks I'm the president of America. I'm the strongest person in the land. That's the problem with taking money, though. Charlie, his whole life, took a lot of money. If you want to be some renegade who doesn't listen to anybody, you can't take their money. If Trump wants to be some renegade who, I don't need their money, I'm so rich, that's who he campaigned on. That's not the guy anymore. He's taken over $500 million from the Adelson family. Sheldon, and when he was alive, rest in peace, gave Trump and the GOP $424 million. Miriam gave Trump $100 million. That's over $500 million that Trump has taken from these donors. If he actually means that he doesn't want to give them the West Bank, I highly doubt that they're going to be thrilled with that, in my opinion. And I just want to show you this real quick. This is before, this is from June 25th, 2024. New York Times ran a post saying, Miriam Adelson, the pro-Israel donor with $100 million plan to elect Trump. And it says, Adelson was urging Mr. Trump to publicly support an annexation of the West Bank by the Israeli government in exchange for her backing. So this is not like a secret that they want the West Bank. You understand what I'm saying? If I were to say this 4 years ago, that there's people in politics that give politicians hundreds of millions of dollars to do things for a foreign country, I'm an anti-Semite, they'll say. I'm a horrible person for suggesting that. Why would it do this? Sorry about this, folks. I'll get my camera fixed. I don't know. It's like I like move my finger and it like freezes the camera and puts a thumbs up. That's retarded. But anyway, they acted like I was just making all this stuff up. Luckily, there's videos now of Trump saying what I just said. But once again, I just want to show this real quick, and then maybe I'll talk a little bit more about Massie. Trump claims he doesn't want to give Israel the West Bank because the Arab countries that Trump's trying to do deals with don't want Israel to have the West Bank. Trump has taken over $500 million from pro-Israel lobbyists. So, of course, if they give them $500 million, they're not doing it for fun. They want to control Trump in some way. If what I just said to you sounds crazy, one, I just made a video on it. You can watch that. But if you didn't watch that, I'll give you a little brief. Here's Trump saying exactly that his mega donors who gave him and the GOP over $500 million basically come to the White House more than anyone and always ask for things for Israel. So even though, according to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism that's been passed into America, Argentina, France, you close your eyes, you pick a Western country, they probably passed it. It's considered anti-Semitism to say what Trump's saying right here, because you're not allowed to say that there's dual loyalty people with loyalty to Israel. But Trump has no problem saying it. And before I play this clip, I do want to say, part of me thinks that Trump is kind of resentful of this, because this is what happens when you do deals with people. You take the money, but then you want to be the top dog. If you want to be the top dog, Donald Trump, you can't be taking other people's money. You should have been that guy that said, I'm so rich, I don't need their money. That guy can do what he wants. This Trump can't do what he wants. And I think because Trump is such like an alpha type guy, I think he hates the fact that he knows he has no leverage in this situation. Listen to the way he talks about them. He's complimenting them, but at the same time, it sounds like he's like, I'm the president of the United States. You can't just come to the White House whenever you want. I guess you can. I guess you can come to the White House whenever you want, because you gave me and my party over $500 million. You can do whatever you want.
Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank. $60 billion, and she loves. I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it. And they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, but they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. And Sheldon would come into the White House probably almost more than anybody outside of people that work there. And they were always after, and as soon as I'd give them something, always for Israel. As soon as I'd give them something, they'd want something else. I'd say, give me a couple of weeks, will you please? But I gave them the Golan Heights, and they never even asked for it. You know, for 72 years.
One thing I noticed when I made that compilation today was in the newer video, which was the first one, Trump said, they got me thinking about the Golan Heights as donors, right? And then in the second video, which actually came earlier, he said, they didn't even ask for the Golan Heights. I just gave it to them. This is why it's hard to trust Trump, because it's like you just gave them the Golan Heights randomly. You gave your American donors who are supposed to represent America, right? You can't even say they have dual loyalty because that's anti-Semitism according to the state definition of anti-Semitism in America and all over the Western world. You can't say that that's happening, but you're saying it's happening. And you're also saying, I gave these American donors land for Israel. And then in a different one, you're like, they didn't even want it. You just said they told you about it. Like, no one just wakes up and gives a foreign country more land for an American donor. Like, obviously they hinted it to you or else you wouldn't do it. And you did it probably because they gave you so much money. You know, 500 people always say, oh, you think Trump sold out to Pfizer for $1 million? One, yes, I do, because $1 million is still a lot of money when you're not using your own money. But then also $500 million is more than $1 million. So imagine what Trump would do for $500 million. It's not like Trump sells his entire like land for $1 million. But, you know, if you have an idea and you're a brokey and you have no money and you don't pay Trump, and then a pharmaceutical company has $1 million and gives Trump $1 million, $1 million is more than $100 from some random person in the Midwest. Trump listens to the $1 million more than the $100. And I'm not knocking the Midwest. I'm just saying the average Trump supporter has no sway compared to these mega donors or even these corporations who give them $1 million. $1 million is still a lot from one entity, and it gets you a lot. There's a transaction for everything. You don't sell gambling apps unless you're getting paid by gambling app companies. You don't sell, ads for Subway as an athlete unless Subway's paying you. It's the same with politics. You know, once you hit above like the hundreds or even like the thousands, even for the thousands, you can go to like a dinner with Don Jr. for like thousands or 10,000. You know, there's some sort of transaction there. And if you get to that dinner, you get to like talk to him, you know, and maybe you get to like pitch him on an idea that he may or may not listen to. Probably not. But if you have money, then, you know, like it opens up. It's like, hey, I got $100. Cool. I got $1,000. Whatever. I got $10,000 to meet you at dinner. Okay. I got $1 million, which is 100 times 10,000. What do you think that gets you? That gets you at least a meeting, I'm sure, with somebody high level and probably some sort of deal. What do you think 500 million gets you? And the reason I'm saying all this stuff is because I think all of this relates, you know, and I'm not trying to, what really sucks about Charlie, besides everything, the fact that somebody killed him, the fact that he can't speak for himself, the fact that, you know, everybody's fighting over his legacy, like everything about Charlie getting killed sucked, especially for his family, his kids. But one other thing that sucks about it, I'm not saying this is the most important sucky thing, but it is something that sucks, is if Charlie were alive right now, and there was this struggle between him and him trying to host Tucker Carlson and him getting called an anti-Semite, you know, I would be talking about it the same way I am now, and nobody would be accusing me of like saying something or twisting it. But now that Charlie's dead, it's like, one, he's dead. It absolutely sucks. His family, his kids don't have a father. But also now it's like, if I talk about this same thing, people are like, oh, are you saying this? Are you suggesting that? No, this is just the reality of right-wing politics. The same thing with Donald Trump. Like, I'm not saying something's going to happen to him or anything, but it's like, it's just a transaction. You can't take $500 million and not do something for it. So this is my point with Trump and Charlie. With Trump, if he actually thinks he's going to take that money and then turn on the people in the entity that he took the money from, I don't know. I don't see it happening. And same with Charlie. I'm going to play this clip of Charlie real quick. And I'm just going to be clear. Not like I'm always going to get misconstrued. Everyone's always going to lie about what I say. But unfortunately, there's always like, I don't want to use the word extreme because that word is like corny now and it's overused. but there's like people on the Zionist side and people on the, opposition to Zionist side. And it's like the loudest people get to be the leaders of their movement. And I'm not saying this just to distance myself cowardly. I'm just saying it to be honest. I'm not these people. I'm not these. I'm not these. I like what other people do. That's for them. If I wanted to do what they did, I would just quit right now and do something else, because then I wouldn't even need to talk. The whole reason I ever did my news show, and I'm sorry if I'm coming across like annoyed at this, but I am annoyed. The whole reason I did my news show is because I didn't like mainstream right-wing media. I wasn't impressed with like independent right-wing media. Left-wing media is a travesty all the way around. Besides Jimmy Dore and perhaps a few others, the whole thing is a garbage dumpster fire. But it's like everything, and this just comes with the territory, so it's whatever. I'm just venting out loud if you don't mind. This is not only my live show, this is a therapy session. Thank you guys for listening. That saved me some money. But every time I say anything now, are you saying this? Are you saying this? Well, Candace said this. Well, this person said this. I'm not Candace. She could say what she wants, and she has to, get in a lawsuit with Macron because she says his whatever wife has a ding dong. I don't even, that's on her. Like I don't want to get thrown in one camp or the other just because I'm not like a Fox News guy or I don't agree with Seth Dillon. And I know that that's just the nature of the way things are, and everybody's acting crazy. But just to be clear, when I show you these clips and I play these clips of Trump, I'm saying what I'm saying, it's like I can't talk about this angle of Charlie Kirk, or else everybody's accusing me of making a statement I've never made. So am I just never supposed to play these clips again? What Charlie was dealing with in the last few months, now I can't talk about it, or else I'm suggesting something else? No, I'm suggesting exactly what I'm saying. And this is like this is just how the world works. If you take $20 million from a gambling app and you have to do something that you sign that. You have to do it, or else you don't get the money. If you're Charlie Kirk and you took tens or hundreds of millions of dollars from mega donors your whole life, and then you want to just change your opinion all of a sudden, you're going to get called an anti-Semite, or they're going to, get really annoyed at you publicly or privately because you're not an organic creation, and this is not justifying anything, obviously, but it's like if you organically make yourself and, people are going to hate you, but you don't owe really anybody anything because you never took their money. Trump and Charlie both took lots of money from lots of people. That's just the reality of the situation. So I do notice the parallels where I do think that if Trump takes all this money and then wants to do something else besides what they want him to do, I think they're going to get really annoyed and the favors are going to start to turn on Trump. And like I said, this was happening while Charlie was still alive. This is not some posthumous thing or some conspiracy theory I'm creating. Charlie Kirk, despite being insanely pro-Israel his entire life, despite doing so much PR for them, despite allegedly writing a letter to Netanyahu trying to figure out how to convince the youth to be pro-Israel. Like, I don't think Charlie was against Israel. Although his TPUSA spokesperson did confirm in the last 2 days, he did write, I can't support them anymore, which is a crazy bombshell. That is a crazy bombshell, just for context of like how he was feeling. And now what's crazy is like, there is no Charlie to be able to like, we don't know. Like everyone's going to say, oh, it was just this, it was just that. The truth is we're never going to know because he's not alive. But I do want to play this again, because this is the type of pressure you start to face when you take a lot of money, but then you start to want to be a little bit nuanced with a topic that you're supposed to be 100% in allegiance with. Here's a compilation I made of just Charlie panicking because he was being smeared, harassed, and it seemed like nobody was coming to help him and Megyn Kelly.
So like, let me ask a question. If we were to remove, like if people said what Tucker said is anti-Semitic, I don't hold that view. But it's like a lot of people on Twitter are like calling us out and like, whatever. That's not going to happen. But if we were to cancel Tucker, would anti-Semitism increase or decrease?
I think increase, because that means any supporter of Tucker Carlson's statement therefore makes them anti-Semites.
Exactly. Association.
Mm-hmm.
But I got text about you, Megyn, saying, why is Megyn like doing the bidding of Hamas? I was like, what are you talking about? Megyn's the best. Like, what? Like, she's amazing. And I said, why are you texting me about Megyn? And I at that point, and so this is what they don't understand. You and I, Megan, and Tucker is in the same category, and they've tried to go after Tucker.
Yeah.
Is that and the more you attack our moral character, the more we're going to double down in a direction, because 100%. Screw you, I don't do it that way, okay? And I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen.
There's a reason I played that, and I'm talking about this in context to my title, which is about Matt Walsh, which I'm going to get into in a second, and Trump and Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie is one of the very few Republicans who doesn't take money from AIPAC, which is an American Israel alliance. I don't know exactly what it stands for, but basically they lobby American citizens for Israel, and they say, oh, this is in American interest. You can argue that. Obviously, there's two sides of every argument, but basically they'll give money to people that support Israel. So when it comes to Democrats, sometimes they fund Democrats against good Republicans. Sometimes they fund Republicans against Democrats. It's not about the party. It's about the policy. It's about the pro-Israel policy. Thomas Massie doesn't take money from that. Marjorie Taylor Greene either doesn't take money from that or doesn't seem like she does. I don't think she ever has, but there's not very many Republicans that do so. So I'm just letting you guys know, do you think it's a coincidence that mega donors who gave Trump hundreds of millions of dollars that want him to do things for Israel are also funding against a candidate who is not controlled by that entity? It's not a coincidence. There's a reason I played all of that stuff. Thomas Massie is not controlled, so they're trying to throw him out of Congress. Donald Trump is abiding because he doesn't like Thomas Massie either. Either he's teaming up with his donors or he's just petty and he doesn't like that Massie challenges him and Rand Paul. Either way, Rand Paul and Thomas Massie are not the two worst people in Congress. They're probably the two best people in Congress or close to it. Lindsey Graham and all of those cronies are the problem, but Trump doesn't mind them because they would lick the dirt off his shoes and say it tastes like Willy Wonka's chocolate cake. When it comes to Trump trying to essentially stand up to Israel, like he's like, oh, you can't do this. I don't think they care what Trump thinks. And if, maybe Trump has an ego where he's like, I'm the president of the United States. We're more powerful than you. We're going to do what we want and you have to do what we want. In my personal analysis, and there's no hate, there's no disrespect, I'm just being honest. I don't think Trump has any leverage over Israel. I could probably spend an hour thinking of ways that Israel has leverage over the United States. And if either Trump knows this and he's just posturing, or he doesn't know this and he'll find out eventually, like the amount of leverage they have is stunning. And Trump has done so many things for them. So it's like you're passing speech laws for them. You're passing executive orders for them. You're having Pam Bondi police campuses for them. Do they pass speech laws in Israel that say you can't challenge Americans or Christians? Do they pass speech laws in Israel that say that they can't do certain things on their college campus as far as like question America in certain ways? No, it's only the entire Western world. There's people getting arrested in Germany and Argentina for literally just calling certain people Nazis. In America, you have Robert De Niro calling like Trump and Jared Miller a Nazi. These people call these people Nazis. Some people... everyone's calling everyone a Nazi on Twitter. And I'm not saying that it's right. I would prefer people be more accurate with their accusations, but it's not a crime to say that this war is as bad as Germany or whatever. It is a crime in Argentina and it is a crime in Germany because the IHRA speech laws that America's passing are legally binded in other countries. So if a politician says Israel's as bad as them, that's a crime. They're literally on trial for that. And those same speech laws are being passed into America. They're just not legally binding yet. There's plenty of my thoughts don't come from just what I think. Like people will be like, oh, you just hate this or hate. I'm watching and listening. So if there's organizations and leaders that fund politics and policy and NGOs all over the world, and they're sitting in front of their people saying, we want this to be a speech law everywhere. It should be in America. I'm just noticing. It's like the people pushing the speech laws in America want them to be actual laws. They just can't be yet. So the point that I'm making is like if Trump thinks he has like I don't know. I know Trump's the president. He definitely has some leverage, but you know, either he's just posturing and he's gonna flop, or he's gonna like I don't see him actually taking a stand because he's based like you know leverage wise he's totally surrounded. His entire administration, a lot of companies in America, a lot of the big players, a lot of the donors he's taking money from. Like there's no way that even if Trump wanted to do something, I don't think he even can. So, you know, we'll see if he actually means it or not. And Trump is that type of guy where he is very headstrong. He does somehow win when it seems like his back's against the wall. And I do think that he is so self-absorbed that he might actually think that he has leverage here. And, you know, maybe he does somehow. Who knows the type of games that Trump's playing, but that's kind of my thoughts on it is Massie's not controlled by that lobby. Trump is going against him. Trump's donors are going against him. And if Trump actually wants to oppose that lobby at some point too, I feel like it's way too late for him because he's taking way too much money. With that being said, this also relates to, I would say, the Matt Walsh situation. And Matt Walsh recently kind of came out after Charlie. Like Matt's a big like left versus right guy. You know, he's kind of like boomered out with that. And I get it because like the left is crazy. I think Matt Walsh has done a lot of very brave work. And I'm sure Matt Walsh has millions of liberals that hate his guts because he's done so many videos and documentaries about transgenderism and like the left being radical. And, you know, Matt has every right to think that the left is crazy and the right should unite. I'm not knocking him at all. What he said, I understand. I actually do. But what Matt found out, and, you know, even though Matt kind of gets it from both sides because he could take both stances sometimes, Matt noticed that, and I noticed just watching him say, hey, it's time for the right to stop fighting. Let's unite against the left and let's stop being petty. It was the Zionist / pro-Israel crowd that overwhelmingly came out and said, no way, Matt, and started smearing Matt and slandering Matt the same way Charlie Kirk was slandered, in the same way Thomas Massie is slandered, in the same way anyone is ever slandered. I'm just trying to let people know, and I'm just trying to be honest, there's always going to be people that are like really pro-Israel like Charlie Kirk, isolationist or America first like Matt Walsh. I wouldn't say isolationist, but America first. And then there's going to be isolationists like libertarians. Like Thomas Massie is more of a libertarian. Matt Walsh is more of like a nationalist, America first guy. Charlie Kirk was more of like a Zionist mouthpiece, for lack of a better term. They're all different. But here's the thing. They're all getting smeared in the same way because unless you literally get on your knees, go kiss the wall, and basically work for Israel, they're going to call you an anti-Semite. It doesn't mean that you are. Charlie Kirk was not an anti-Semite. Matt Walsh is not an anti-Semite. Thomas Massie is not an anti-Semite. But that word, just like Charlie was saying before he died, I wouldn't say passed, he got assassinated. Charlie was saying he was being morally blackmailed. That's what he called it, moral blackmail, because that's what it is. They say, it's like, you're a racist unless you listen to me. You're a sexist unless you pass this law. You're an anti-Semite unless you do everything we say. It's moral blackmail, basically like we're going to make you look crazy unless you listen to us. If you listen to us, hey, we'll tell them to sick the dogs a little, or we'll tell them to take the dogs back a little bit. But if you don't, we're going to sick them on you. You know, do you want to listen to us or not? That's what Charlie was calling moral blackmail. This has happened to me. This has happened to anybody in the news industry. I'm not going to get into specifics, and I'm not a victim. And to be honest, I don't really care. But from 2019 until like 2023, the amount of times that somebody tried to I'm not like literally blackmail me, no, but morally, like, if you don't stop doing this, you can't get hired here. If you don't stop saying this, I can't be friends with you. I don't do this, go here, take a trip. They do that, and it doesn't come across like organic, like, hey, do you want to go on vacation or do you want to share my article? It's literally like, share my article or we're not friends anymore. Anomaly, I work at this media corporation and they're calling you far right. And I said, why? Well, because you know what you said on Twitter. What did I say on Twitter? Something about Zionism or the speech laws. Am I wrong? Well, it's not about being wrong. It's about you're not fully listening to people that want to basically control you. So that's how it's used. And I want people to understand I'm not here right now to change your foreign policy. If you like Israel, that's on you. You're an adult. You get to study the facts and see what you like or dislike, Christian, non Christian. That's on you. But what you have to understand, if you're still in 2025 calling people an anti Semite, you don't understand how it's being used. You don't understand that it's being passed through law. And you don't understand that from Trump to Matt Walsh to Charlie Kirk to Thomas Massie, that word is being used to morally blackmail somebody into 100% submission. Matt Walsh works at the Daily Wire, an overwhelmingly Zionist publication. Matt Walsh toes the line, and he's basically their token, I'm a Catholic, non-interventionist guy or whatever. And he's been a very good, friend of all of these people. And he's starting to become disillusioned, I think, like Charlie was, where Charlie has done so much in his career for Israel, for Zionists, for donors, for all these people. And then the second he has like a slight disagreement, the walls crumble on him. Same with Matt Walsh. I think it really bothered him this week. And I'm not just saying this because, listen, there's crazy people on both sides, right? There's people that act insane. There's fighting on Twitter. I don't really want a part of it because to me, it just seems like high school again, where everybody's just acting crazy and the loudest people get to pretend like they're the leaders of a movement, yet then they'll turn on each other 5 months later. So I want no part of it. But Matt Walsh, even though historically I would say he's gotten more attacks from the dissident right, him calling for unity, it made his entire reality collapse because he's like, we're the right fighting the left. And what he's realizing is that a lot of these pro-Israel Zionist types, like, they hate his guts. They don't want to unite with the right. And I get it. They don't have to. But, Matt is really, if you go to his social media now, he's complaining about all the smear attempts, all the accusation, all the lies. Like, he's getting the treatment that, a lot of people have gotten in right-wing media. And Charlie was getting towards the end of his life, which is, it doesn't matter how much you play ball. It's like a left winger. It's like, you can pretend you're a Democrat. You can pretend you're a leftist or whatever. You can be part of the Democratic Party. But when you're surrounded by people that don't actually have the same morals and principles as you, they're going to hate you if you disagree on one thing. It's not somewhere you really want to be, and that sucks because, of course, like, nobody wants to be isolated. Everybody wants a team. But like, I figured out a long time ago, the left wing is not my team. The Democratic Party is insane. I need to get as far away from these people as possible because they're not to be trusted and they eat each other at a slight disagreement. Like, the Democratic Party of 2016 and 2020 is nothing like the old Democratic Party. It's nuts. I learned this about the Republican Party as well. I like the Republican Party better. It's definitely more civil. I enjoy Republican things more than Democrat things. Like, I still think Republicans are better than Democrats, like, on average, and they could throw an event that's not completely insane. And there is some nuance. Like, I figured that out. But I also figured out that I'm basically unemployable because of my stance on the anti-Semitism speech laws. I don't say this like, I'm not saying this as a victim. I always try to explain this and not sound super salty about it because my life is fine. I built my own business. Like, things worked out fine. And I think it worked out for the better. But I'm not one of these people, especially like the older I get. I've been online since like 2008, making my own videos. I used to only rap and then I started doing politics. I've been self-producing for like 20 years. I'm not doing it because I want to work alone. It's not like, oh, I want to engineer my own stuff. I want to produce. I never wanted to edit videos. It's just nobody would ever do it for me. So I had to figure out how to do it myself. Even now, I would love to work with a media organization, to be honest. If they would just produce my videos, I could be the brain behind it and they could be the editing and marketing or whatever. I would have no problem with it as long as the deal made sense. But I figured out in 2019, and I'm not just saying this to be salty or thinking I'm so special. I knew you couldn't work at these companies unless you kiss the wall, unless you take the trip, unless you completely shill for Israel. And I mean completely shill. Like, I was never against Israel. I was never, like, I always had a pro-Israel bias. And from 2017 to 2019, my bias was extremely pro-Israel. I didn't think a thing about Palestine. I believed what they told me about Israel. It made sense. I could see the dynamic, like left versus right or whatever. I was fine. I just didn't want to be like lobbied by Israel. I would have probably, I've never been to Israel, but I probably would have gone if I could have just like been random tourist in Israel. That sounds fun. But the reason I never went to Israel, because the first time I was approached to go to Israel, it was to meet the government there. Another influencer is like, do you want to meet the government and the Knesset and get flown out for free? And I was like, no, that sounds not fun to me. Like, why would I go meet with the government? Like, if I could just go and chill, maybe. But so it already crossed my radar. I was like, this is weird. And I'm not a politician, and I don't even get trips to meet my own government. Like, why would I go there? But anyway, once I figured out like why, or at least like what's going on here, I noticed DeSantis and Trump. Sorry if this is repetitive, but I just have to paint the picture. DeSantis and Trump were passing international definitions of anti-Semitism into United States legislation. And I read the definition. It's like, you can't say people have dual loyalty. Meanwhile, Trump says it all the time. I don't agree with it from a First Amendment standpoint. From that day, it was game over for me. I guarantee you that that's why so many people closed the door on me. I guarantee you that that's why I could never get a job anywhere. And even myself, like, if you would have asked me in 2019, and the problem was I was so early that just 99% of people had no clue what I was talking about. But like, if you would have asked me, like, what do you think of Candace Owens at Daily Wire? I would have told you, I think Candace is doing great work there. I think she's making documentaries about vaccines. Candace is always one of those people who she's very like independent and shoots from the hip. But I would have told you that Candace is allowed to be there because she doesn't really question Israel or talk about the speech loss. I knew that 4 years before she ever talked about it. And as soon as she started talking about Israel stuff, I was like, yeah, she's not going to last. Like, something's going to happen, because there's no way they're going to allow that. Like, I already knew that. That was already obvious to me. I met with Patrick Bet-David a couple years ago, and we were chatting, and he asked me about some stuff, and I said, I would never be able to get. This was before Candace even started like talking about Israel, to my knowledge. Maybe it was a little after, but I can't really remember the year. Anyway, I'm riding around with Patrick, and he asked me like something, and I say, yeah, I'm glad you're talking to me, because I don't think I could really work at most other media companies in Republican media. And he said, why do you think that is? What do you think that is? And I'm like, because of my foreign policy and my opposition. Sorry, I don't know why this froze on me, but because of my foreign policy and my opposition to the anti-Semitism hate speech laws. Like, before Candace even got fired, I knew there's no way they would ever let me go there. And then you have to ask yourself, why? Like, why can you not simply exist as a person who opposes hate speech laws? I'll tell you why. The Republican Party accepts hundreds of millions of dollars. They take the money, they do what the donors want, they pass speech laws to say that it's anti-Semitism, to say that they're doing that. And then if you notice that they're doing it, they call you an anti-Semite. It's the same exact thing that Democrats and Republicans do with Big Pharma. They take a bunch of money from big pharmaceutical industries, they get lobbied, they do things that are against science, against nature, and absolutely insane and disgusting. And then if you notice it, they call you an anti-science, anti-vaxxer, in order to make people think you're crazy, because you're pointing out the fact that they're taking money to do something. That's exactly how Republican politics works. So the reason I'm saying all this is, it happened to me in 2019. It happened to Thomas Massie. It's happening to Matt Walsh. It happened to Candace Owens. It happened to Tucker Carlson. It happened to Matt Walsh. I think, did I say Matt Walsh twice? Probably, but if I didn't, Matt Walsh, I'll say it a third time. Thank you, MindTap. So the reason I'm saying this is, that's why they're against Thomas Massie. And I think with Matt Walsh, this is my message to Matt, or just to people in general, and we'll see what happens. There's certain people, it happens on the left, it happens on the right. I'm not saying it's exclusive to just this unit of my thought, but it doesn't matter how much you give. It doesn't matter how much you do. It doesn't matter how much you ignore and play dumb and flip-flop. I wouldn't even say flip-flop. Matt Walsh does not flip-flop, but like, toe the line. Matt toes the line because he knows that's what he has to do to be there. It doesn't matter how much you do that. They're going to hate you, because at the end of the day, if you're an American citizen, Christian or not, but let's just say for Matt, Catholic, if you're a Catholic American, or Christian, I don't know if he's Catholic or Christian, to be honest, but if you're a Christ-believing American who prioritizes America over Israel, they're going to hate you and they're going to call you an anti-Semite. And it doesn't matter how much you grovel for them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you work for their companies. It doesn't matter if you toe the line for them. It doesn't matter if you suppress yourself for 10 years. They're in the end going to hate your guts. It's just the reality of it. Look at all the tweets of Charlie in his last couple months. It's all the same people saying, don't say this, don't say that. They were calling Charlie woke right. There were people accusing him of facilitating a neo-Nazi movement. Like it didn't matter how much Charlie Kirk groveled to Israel. They still hated him. Why? Because he was a Christian American who deep down inside, deep down past all the donor money, deep down past all of the things he thinks, he likes America first. He's an American that doesn't prioritize Israel over America. They're going to hate you. So what does that mean? I don't know what that means. But to me, I think my best thought is Matt Walsh, he doesn't have the bandwidth right now to fight with the right. He's desperately saying, leave me alone, right wing. I'm fighting with the left. Let me go fight the trannies. Let me go fight let me go fight my fight on the left. And a lot of these pro-Israel right wingers just won't leave him alone. And I think Matt Walsh for years now, and I'm not trying to be rude, and I'm like, I like Matt, but if you read an article he wrote before Daily Wire, he talked about the Israel lobby. So Matt's known about the Israel lobby and how brutal it is and how like much they call people an anti-Semite. He wrote this article before I even knew about it in like 2010, in the 2010s. If you could find that article, I don't know if it's been deleted, but Matt Walsh was a journalist before he was a video guy, and he wrote like a great high level, high IQ article about how ridiculous and insane the Israeli lobby is and how they smear anybody who likes America. He knows all this stuff. He knew it before I knew it. He knows it. He knows it deep down inside. He didn't forget it. It didn't change. It's only gotten more obvious. Why do you think Matt barely talks about it? Matt barely talks about it because he toes the line to exist in that reality. He's like, yeah, I know about this, but it's not that important to me. Let me focus on the left because that's what actually matters to me. Which, although in some ways I agree and disagree, Matt's a grown man. He has a right to do that. I've never bothered Matt that much. Obviously, sometimes I'm like, why are you not talking about that? But at the end of the day, I've always been respectful and cordial to Matt. And it's like, I get that ideology. Everyone can't focus on everything. Matt just wants to focus on what he's focusing on, and he wants to ignore that stuff, right? But here's what I think. He doesn't want, like, he wants to think it's right versus left. It's like someone watching Fox News. It's easier. It's easier to watch Fox News or Newsmax or, Tim Pool or whatever and just be like, right versus left. That's what it is. That's all. Because it's a weird, lonely road waking up to everything. I think one of my favorite movies is like The Matrix. I wouldn't say it's my favorite movie, but it's up there, top 10. The first one, not the newer ones, but it's like Neo in the Matrix. You could learn the truth, but at the cost of everything seeming fake to you, because everything is fake. They lied about so many things. Once you break out of the Matrix, it's hard to fit in with the Matrix. So with Matt, I don't think he wants to leave that matrix of right versus left because it's a scary thought. Like Matt already is getting hassled by the left every day. He doesn't have the bandwidth or the time to fight with the right. But and this is my thing to Matt. I just think he's ignoring that matrix level. I gotta just fight the left. I don't have the time. The left already hates me. And he's assuming everyone in his camp is like totally on his side. I don't think they are. I think that they use Matt as like a token. Here's to prove we're not one-sided. Here's to prove that we have other opinions. And Matt has to toe the line. The second Matt stops towing the line, they're going to treat him like Candace Owens. They already hate him. They're just not going to tell him. I'm not saying everybody hates Matt Walsh. I'm not saying all his friends with different forward policy hate Matt Walsh. That's not what I'm saying. But a lot of them do. And I think that over time, Matt will be able to figure out which ones do and don't, because Matt values friendship just like I do. If you have a different foreign policy than me and we're actually in-person friends, I'm not going to be unloyal or disrespectful to you because I value friendship in the same way Matt does. A lot of his friends don't feel the same way, which means that they're not actually friends. And I think over the next year, Matt's going to be faced with this. Do I stay and just get humiliated by my own side because I won't completely bow down to all of their narratives? Or do I leave and, figure out a way to get on my own? I don't know, exactly what he'll do. And I don't really care. It's on him. I get why he likes the Daily Wire. It's good money. It's a good production team. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of great people there. But it's like, I think Matt wants to believe that it's right versus left, and everybody in his camp is totally on his side. But I think deep down, some people like him. Some people are loyal to him. A lot of people hate his guts because at the end of the day, he's not working for a foreign nation and he's pro America first. It doesn't matter how much you toe the line. Charlie did more than anyone for Israel. Charlie was like, outside of Jewish people, Charlie was like a top 5, like pro-Israel. Like he was doing the most for Israel. Did that stop him from getting smeared as an anti-Semite? No. Did that stop him from getting called Hamas? No. Did that stop him from getting texts harassing him and Megyn Kelly? No. If they're not going to lay off of Charlie Kirk and stop calling him an anti-Semite, what makes anyone think they're not going to do that to anybody? Like everyone's going to get called an anti-Semite unless you do everything that certain people want. And most American citizens with a brain of their own and thoughts of their own, they don't want to do everything that a foreign country wants. They want to say, I support that country, but I don't know if I like that foreign policy. Or, I'm okay with them fighting Hamas, but I don't know about the way that they're doing it. And for Trump, it's the same thing. When I talk, I'm not trying to act like I'm so special, but the reason that I am right so often is because I'm not basing my thoughts off of, I trust Donald Trump. I trust the government. I trust this news host. I'm getting to the core of what's happening and basing it off of that. Let me give you an example, and then I want to get to Venezuela because that's really interesting to me. When it comes to the West Bank and the Golan Heights and, Gaza, you can find videos, articles, statements from decades ago from Israeli leaders, including many who are in the highest levels and high-level position today. They want that land. They've wanted that land for a while. Yes, there's a debate in Israel. Yes, not everybody agrees. But as far as the government that's running the show today, they're notorious for being more, I would say, aggressive towards land acquirement. And there have been leaders in the past that were not for that, and they were for peace. And I'm not going to say too much, but you could research if you want, like the last 5-10 prime ministers. You could ask AI for a simple, summary. Some of them were on that side, some of them weren't. But one of them that wasn't got assassinated. And then one that was for it got in office. That's just the reality. Like that's literal history. You could look that up. But in general, it's like it's like if you watch Fox News and Newsmax, and I'm not telling people what to believe. If you support Israel, you could support them. If you want them to get the land, that's on you. I'm not sitting here telling you that they shouldn't have it or should like that. If you want to believe that they deserve all that land and they should take it, you could believe that. But you can't actually think, unless you're like literally stupid, that they were never going to take that land. They only did it because of that day, and that's the only reason they took it. That's the excuse for taking it. And you could say it's a valid excuse, and you could say it's the perfect excuse, and they're totally right for it. I'm not sitting here trying to change your mind on that. But what I am saying is they were always going to take that land. With this leadership, they were always going to take that land. And if you look at what they did in other countries, Israel is highly intelligent, highly skilled, highly precise. Israel has some of the best intelligence and probably most widespread, networks everywhere. If they wanted to leave the building standing, they could have. They demolished the entire place purposely. And then they're going to take it and rebuild it. And that's been a plan for decades now. I'm so like, you don't know that? Even if you're pro-Israel, even if you want them to have the land, even if you want them to take Gaza, you actually think they just randomly thought of doing it 2 years ago because Fox News and Newsmax told you that? I'm sorry, but that's just stupid. There's statements from 20 years ago. There's plans of Greater Israel. Mike Huckabee's singing about it, changing the words to Sweet Alabama, which is very on brand because his daughter, the governor of Arkansas, passed international Jewish-Israeli speech laws into Arkansas. The IHRA working definition she passed in Arkansas. It's not legally binding here, but it is in other countries, and there's a lot of people that would want it to be here as well. They just can't right now. So it's like, I'm very moderate and reasonable in my beliefs. I'm not telling you what to think about Israel. I'm not telling you what to think about Palestine. But I am telling you that if you actually pay attention, not to the news, not to the media, not to the propaganda, and research history, you'll find out there was always a plan to take that land. And if you watch how their military operates, I don't think the lack of precision was random. I think it's like an entire controlled demolition of an area that they've always planned on acquiring. And the buildings were not in great condition anyway. So it's the same reason they demolish other things. Demolish it, get the people out of there, get Hamas out of there. And you think they're just going to leave it? No, they're gonna I think take it. And that's the thing with Trump. I don't know how stupid he is. It's hard to tell. Is Trump a genius? Is he stupid? Is he sold out? Is he just taking money because he's a money guy? It's hard to really tell. But if he actually thinks that Israel's not going to take that land, or he actually thinks that they're not going to get the West Bank, especially when he took hundreds of millions of dollars of people that he knows wants the West Bank, like, does he really think that he's going to just stop them? They had JD Vance there recently and was like, we're going to do what we want. You're not going to tell us what to do. Obviously, I can't tell with Trump. Maybe he's putting on a show. Maybe he really is so dumb that he thinks he has the power to do that. Or maybe he doesn't realize that they've wanted to do that forever. It's hard to believe, but who knows with Donald Trump? I'm just being honest. I'll answer this question, then I want to talk about Venezuela. Anomaly, why don't I do some research on how Democrats operate? Why so much focus on Republicans? Snowman, great question. I appreciate it. Listen, I appreciate you asking that question, and I appreciate you like not being like weird about it, because no matter if people are on my side or not, it's like people act like weirdos sometimes. I'd rather just ask a normal question because I'll answer it. I'm a registered Republican. I'm way more conservative and libertarian leaning than I am left wing. And the Democratic Party at the moment makes no sense to me. Nothing they're doing makes sense. Their tax policies don't make sense. Their radicals don't make sense to me. Their normies like Pelosi don't make sense to me. Their border policy, literally nothing the Democrats are doing make any sense to me. Nothing. I go, and if I choose to vote, I vote for Republicans. I focus on Republicans way more than Democrats, because if it were a team, I'm the Knicks, they're the Lakers. I'm not a Laker. I want nothing to do with the Lakers. I think they're insane. I don't think there's any point of talking to Biden or Pelosi or any of these people, because I don't even think they have the mental capacity to listen to me or ever change their mind. I think they're nuts. I think they're full of themselves. And I think there's just like pretty much no future for the Democratic Party, at least in the next 30 years. So if my team is the New York Knicks, the Republicans, these are who I vote for. I voted for Trump. I voted Republican in the last election. We control the House, the presidency, whatever. And our party, the heroes against the left, are controlled opposition, led by Mike Johnson, taking donor money from foreign nations, always selling us out. Trump is doing deals with Pfizer and Bill Gates. That's more of a concern to me than the left, because that means there's no out. There is no escape to this. That's why I talk about the right 95% of the time. It's not because I think the left is better. There's nothing for me to say to the left, and there's no strategic point to talk about them all the time, because there's nothing there. There's nothing salvageable right at the current moment to even talk about. Every decent left-wing person probably has more right-wing fans, and any honest, like, progressive Bernie bro is probably in their house thinking now, Anomaly's way better than any progressive. I think I agree with him on most points. There's nothing there. Jimmy Dore, Glenn Greenwald, RFK, they're all more beloved by the right now than the left. Even Cenk Uygur makes some decent points, but I don't trust that guy at all. But, he makes a few decent points, but I don't think he has good intentions, so who cares? The point I'm getting to is, like, any smart person from the left has run to the right at this point, or at least has aligned themselves with people that are calling it like they see it. So if you have right-wingers who always talk about the left, but they are the problem, they are the new Lindsey Graham, they are working for a foreign nation, or they are selling our country out, it's going to be a loop. We're forever going to be like, oh, we didn't get anything done. Oh, but Democrat got in. Oh, Trump sold vaccines. Oh, Trump locked down. Oh, Trump did this. Oh, it's never going to end. The only way off this ride is for Republicans to actually be legitimate, in my vantage point. I understand some people might not agree. I understand that, there's some truthers that just have no faith in the Republican Party as well, which I understand. Like I said, I understand. But I'm not just a anarchist. I do believe that there is a difference in border policy. I do believe that federal judges make a difference. Like, there are, even though Trump is so annoying to me, there's a few things he did that I think are better than Biden and Mayorkas and all those people. However, it's just not a big enough gap that matters. And his cabinet is so untrustworthy that it's, the more it happens, the more I'm questioning if I even want to vote in the next election, and that's my prerogative. If you want to pay my taxes, then you can take my vote. If you're not paying my taxes, then you don't get to say how I vote and I don't get to say how you vote. But at this current rate, I'll probably stay home the next election because I'm just, I don't know. I'm just disillusioned with the Trump administration. I think he's hiring a bunch of snakes. And someone said the Obama Marxist era is over, thank God. Yeah, Obama is terrible, but the thing is, Trump is also a socialist. Trump's running up the deficit. Trump is literally taking parts of certain tech companies and chip companies. Even Jon Stewart and Bernie Sanders admitted this week that Trump is doing more socialist things that Bernie wants than the Democratic Party actually ever did. Trump is not really a good leader. Trump is doing a lot of very, very, very suspect things. And he's doing a lot of George Bush things. He's doing a lot of Bernie Sanders things. But because he's Donald Trump, he can brand anything as MAGA. If I do it, it's different. It's different this time because this is Make America Great Again. His propaganda is the same as George Bush. His domestic policy is like a fusion of like socialist and nothing is free market capitalist with this guy. He's raising taxes. He's doing all these weirdo stuff. That's my issue with MAGA. It's like he's their god and they just believe whatever he says. I want to say this because like with Venezuela, and if anybody's watched my show, I'm going to pat myself on the back again. Hold on. I'm going to get like, this is the type of guy I am. I'm even going to do an artificial clap. Nobody will clap for me. So I'm going to have artificial intelligence clap for me. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. But I told people 3 months ago, Venezuela had nothing to do with drugs. I don't know if I even believe those were drug boats. And whether they were or weren't, had nothing to do with drugs, had everything to do with Venezuela being on team Russia, China, and Iran. We're at war with Russia through our proxy in Ukraine. We're at war with Iran. It's not drastic. And people are like, well, people aren't dying, so it's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, people aren't dying in America, but they're dying in Ukraine. They're dying in Russia. They're dying in Gaza. They died in Israel. I don't know how many died in Iran. Not many, So it's like, yeah, in Iran, it's not like a full-blown war because Trump didn't like nuke Tehran or anything. But if you don't think we're at war, you're delusional. Just like World War I and World War II, everyone wasn't dying everywhere. Some people were dying in certain areas. That didn't mean it wasn't a real war. Just because it's not being fought at our home, neither were the other wars. But, I guess there were some attacks. And I think, I don't know, just because there wasn't like broadcasted attacks yet here or in general, or there were things, but maybe they covered it up. Who knows what they're doing? I mean, the Tennessee thing where a weapons facility exploded and people died, could that have been random? 100%. Could that have been like a drone attack that they just don't want to tell you because they're embarrassed that we got drone struck in the United States of America? Max Meek said, we're in the Great Reset money chain system. Thanks for a $2 super chat. New warfare is drone warfare. People aren't dying unless they want them to die because it's not necessary. That's why I said in Gaza, I'm sorry, but it's controlled demolition and they're taking the land. In Russia and Ukraine, I don't know what they're doing, but now they're fighting with drones. Now it's you send a drone there, I'll send a drone there. You send a drone there, I'll send a drone there. It's really creepy, but we are at war. And I'm saying all that to say this. People think Trump's a peace president. I'm not saying it's his fault necessarily, but we're not at a peacetime. There is no nine wars were ended. We're still at war. So I'm going to tell you why I knew this was going on in Venezuela, why I'm right, and why I'm now being vindicated in mainstream media, because it was always obvious with anybody with half a brain. So he's blowing up drug boats in Venezuela, so they say. What is the average MAGA person or Trump supporters' proof that Trump is blowing up drug boats only to stop drugs from coming to America? That's the mainstream narrative, right? Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, they say The reason we're blowing these boats up, folks, is because there's drugs coming to America and we're trying to stop drugs. Not the pharmaceutical ads on television, not drugs coming from 10 other countries, not the 92% of drugs coming from all over the rest of the world, but just these ones. He's just blowing up Venezuelan boats because they're responsible for like 6% of the drugs. So it makes sense to blow them up, but not other countries. Right. So, what is the average MAGA person's proof that they're blowing up drug boats from Venezuela just to blow up drug boats from stopping them from coming to America to give us drugs? Their proof is Donald Trump is government now. I trust government now because I trust Trump. Trump not government, so Trump is truth. There is no proof. They've provided no evidence, no proof. They're not working with Congress. They say they're going to now because Congress is getting annoyed, but they're just saying that they're doing it. That's all. There is not a single MAGA person that has done any sort of research to be like, I know they're drug boats for this reason or that. You think they're drug boats because Trump, Rubio, and Pete Hegseth told you. If Biden were the president and he blew up the drug boats, you probably wouldn't believe it because you don't trust Biden. You trust Trump. Trump is government, so you trust government now. What's my evidence that we're not just doing things for the reason of drugs? All right, let's look at my evidence. Well, I've come to the conclusion for over a decade now, or at least close to a decade, that America wants to regime change Venezuela. What's my proof? All right, let's go back to Trump's first term. He did a State of the Union address, okay? He brought the opposition leader at the time, Juan Guaido or something, his name was. Juan Guaido. I don't know. Juan Guacamole. No, but Juan Guaido or whatever. It's a United States State of the Union for our country. And Trump says, we have a special guest, the opposition leader of Venezuela, Juan Guacamole. And Nancy Pelosi cheers. They all get up and cheer, right? Trump says all these great things during the State of the Union. Only Republicans are cheering. Democrats won't cheer for anything he ever says or does. They won't stand up. They won't clap. Nancy Pelosi sitting there, licking her lips like a cokehead. Here's Nancy Pelosi while Trump's saying all this great stuff for America. She's like, that's what she's doing the whole time. And then Trump talks about, that hurt my gums. I shouldn't have done that. My jaw hurts now from trying to be Nancy Pelosi. Trump says one thing against some guy. Here's Juan Guaido, the Venezuelan opposition leader. And Nancy goes, oh, yay, regime change. Yay, we're doing it. The deep state. What does that tell you? If that's the only thing that literally every Democrat stands up and cheers for. I'm not going to say I'm 100% sure, but if there were betting odds, I would say 90% chance that guy's CIA. If he's not CIA, 99% chance he's working with the CIA or the CIA wants him in office. Duh. Why would he be at a United States State of the Union address and have every single politician cheering? Duh. So I knew for a decade now, the United States is trying to regime change Venezuela. Why? Well, they have a lot of oil. They work with China, Russia, Iran. I don't care why you think the United States wants to. Let's even go with a better one that's like better for the world. Maduro sucks. From my vantage point, he doesn't seem like a very good leader. A lot of Venezuelans don't like him. Maybe the ones there do, but I don't think their economy is doing very well. But let's just say it's for the moral reasons. We're gonna make Venezuela great again or something. Even if you believe that, at least United States is trying to regime change them. So then when Trump starts blowing up Venezuelan boats specifically, before I knew about that lady who won the Nobel Prize, I said, let me ask where all the drugs are coming from. Less than 6% of drugs come from Venezuela. So why would Trump not be blowing up other things all over the rest of the sea? That doesn't make sense to me. But every other country is not working with Iran, China, and Russia. It's the same way Bashir al-Assad and Muammar Gaddafi. Anyone that they can't control, they go after. They don't control Russia, they go after Russia. China's working with Russia, they hate China. Iran's working with both of them, and Iran isn't doing what they want. They go after Iran. They go after Syria. It's like, that's Venezuela. There's plenty of countries that aren't doing well that America has no interest in regime changing. You know, a lot of Christian organizations are rightfully complaining about the Christian attacks in Nigeria, but no Christian organization that's actually political cares about Christians dying in Nigeria, because Nigeria doesn't have oil. Nigeria is not working with countries we hate. If Nigeria was helping Iran, we'd invade Nigeria tomorrow and save all the Christians. They don't care. They don't actually, like, there is no humanitarian angle to any of this stuff that they're doing pretty much ever. And you can make the argument that maybe a lot of the Western world has given up on parts of Africa because they've tried to help a lot of parts for a while and it always ends up in a certain direction. Maybe that's the case, but I doubt that that's even true. I guarantee, regardless of how well or not Africa was doing, if there was some sort of political angle to them in China or them in Russia and that, or them in Iran, and they played an actual pivotal role that was going to affect us, then we'd go regime change them and save the Christians too. But if there's not that, then it doesn't matter. With that being said, then I said that based on all my evidence months ago. Then it comes out that Trump doesn't win the Nobel Prize because some lady in the opposition leader of Venezuela wins a Nobel Prize. You listen to her talk, she sounds like she had a script written by the deep state. I'm ready to work with Israel. I'm ready to work with America. I'm so grateful. Trump actually deserves it. No, it's not me. It's like, what's the chances that lady's not CIA? Less than 5%? If she's not CIA, the CIA wants her. She's definitely the puppet. She's definitely the Zelensky of Venezuela. And I'm not sitting here saying Maduro's a good guy. I don't think he is, and I don't think he's running the country well. I'm just being honest. He's not just blowing up drug boats to blow up drug boats. MAGA is so easy to trick. You put in Trump, they'll believe anything. I don't care if you don't care that we're at war with Venezuela. I'm not the moral high ground of the world telling you that we should or shouldn't be doing that. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation. So once again, I was right. Once again, so many people doubted me. My predictions are based off of analysis and data, not blindly believing Trump because he's now the government and believing the government. They're not telling you the truth of the situation, or they'd be blowing up every drug dealer. They're not. They're not doing that. Why? Venezuela has a lot of oil. Venezuela works with Russia. Venezuela works with China. Venezuela works with Iran. That's why they want to regime change him. That's what they're doing. They're not just simply blowing up drug boats to blow up drug boats. They're trying to overthrow the country. As I predicted that earlier, now I have even more evidence. They got some plant lady in there winning Nobel Peace Prizes, saying the same thing that every American politician does. It's obvious. And then Trump said a week ago, or, you know, the mainstream press came out with, you know, Trump has given the green light to the CIA to basically do operations in Venezuela. You guys, and I don't want to say you guys because that sounds like super douchey and pretentious. You guys, the people listening, us, our country, we're at war. Trump is like 1984. I'm ending 8 wars. Eventually, maybe, and hopefully, you know, sometimes peace is strength or whatever, and, you know, you got to be strong to get peace. I get it, right? I'll give a little bit of leeway. I'm not some moron that thinks that, like, there should be no security or nobody ever needs to fight. I understand human nature. I'm not blaming Trump. But he is 1984. It's like we're at war with Venezuela. We're at war with Russia. Iran, to be decided. You know, Israel absolutely annihilated Gaza, killed tens of thousands of people, hundreds of journalists. The war with Russia is not over. Trump is escalating the war against Venezuela. They're all interconnected, and they haven't stopped. You know, and I'm not saying he's bad or he'll never stop it. But they don't want to tell you on the television, America's at war, because nobody wants to think we're at war. Our economy sucks. We're spiraling into debt. Nobody really supports wars anymore. So their new spin is to start more wars and then Trump tell you that they're actually stopping wars. And now it's like, why even get a Nobel Prize? It's obviously a psyop. They're using a probably CIA plant, but definitely some sort of plant, fake opposition leader that's going to work with the Western world. And Trump is now going for regime change in Venezuela and sending the CIA in. And they're telling people that this lady, who's essentially aligned with the West, it deserves a Nobel Prize because she's creating so much peace as Trump's blowing up boats and then sending our government into Venezuela or greenlighting operations inside of Venezuela, which is an escalation of war. So as they're escalating war, they're giving Nobel Prizes to their puppets in order to tell you that there's so much peace going on. And then she says that Trump deserves it because she's aligned with them. It's just like so obvious. It's like with Zelensky. You know, he was an actor, like comedian, who worked for a setup production company who produced a show about him being the president of Ukraine for 3 or 4 years in order to psyop Ukrainians into thinking he's some outsider fighting corruption. And then they voted for him. And then his production company doubled as a political party. A lot of people in his production company became people in his political party. Like the whole thing was like a setup. It was like the greatest psychological operation in modern history. You know, if I were to give out anomaly awards, which are very much more prestigious than the Nobel awards they give to like agents and stuff, greatest accomplishment in recent history for a country, I would give to Bukele, who Trump pretends to be. Like Bukele's actually like fixing his country. It's easier with that country, but at the same time, you know, I think he's a way better leader than Trump. Bukele went from the murder capital of the world in El Salvador to one of the like a country that's safer than most cities in America. He deserves the award for biggest turnaround, going from murder capital of the world to a safe, clean, nice place. Bukele, you get the award for greatest accomplishment in modern history for, you know, a random country. Congrats. My award for greatest psychological operation for a, you know, for a person to become president, it's close because there's a lot of good psyops, but it's got to be Zelensky, the actor comedian who was bankrolled on a television station by Kolomoisky, who became the servant of the people and ran a few seasons of him being a teacher turned politician, just normal guy fighting corruption. It's a huge show in Ukraine. Then they vote for him, and then he uses it basically to, you know, give the Western world access to Ukraine and poke the bear of Russia. That's a great psyop. I mean, it's not good for people, but as far as like genius, like put him on TV to be the president, and then people think he's actually a good president. Genius. So you get the best psyop, but you know, best devised psyop in modern history award from Anomaly. I'm trying to think of other awards. I would say like greatest confusion for conservatives would be Donald Trump. It's like he was cool for a couple years, then he became the lockdown quarterback, Operation Warp Speed guy, and like because the left is so crazy, it's hard to really figure this stuff out because for 3 years we were like programmed that like the left is crazy and they're lying about Trump. And then they kind of like take it away and then Trump starts lying, but you're still defending him because you're like traumatized from what the left did to you. And then like that, you know, COVID was crazy. Like it's been so crazy. I think most people are like psychologically traumatized. You have COVID, which was insane, lockdowns, mask mandates, vaccine mandates, the escalation of technology, just division, massive like racial confusion, everybody like hating each other while they import people that don't even like you. And then you fast forward and it's like everybody already has anxiety because they're on the phone too much. And you just like confuse the crap out of them with Donald Trump. I think most people are literally like just completely traumatized by the last 10 years of technology, COVID, politics, racial stuff, like, you know, so it's hard for most people to admit that like, you know, they're getting tricked by Trump because it's the same thing as like the Matrix. It's just easier to buy into this narrative. Like Trump's going to save me. Now that I have the motivation, because I'm kind of in the zone, you know, there's so many things that I've thought in the last 4 years that put me at odds with like 95% of Republicans, but I don't care because I wouldn't say if I didn't think I was right. When it comes to Trump and his whole, the election was stolen from me, like victim, like parade that he did for 4 years, to me, that was always a psyop to stop people from paying attention to the fact that he's in on it with the pharmaceuticals. He was in on the lockdown. He's not a good leader. He's working with the left. You know, he's not helping anybody during the pandemic. Everybody's focused on Trump while mandates are setting in under Biden, and Trump's not really doing anything. He's like bragging about Operation Warp Speed. I always thought the election thing was a psyop, not because I think the election was 100% fair. And let me explain myself why I never played along to everybody else. Besides people getting fired, people getting kicked out of their jobs over it. I'll get fired or kicked out of my job if I think it's true, but I'm not going to get set up by, I think Trump is a Judas goat. A Judas goat is an animal that leads the goats, and they're like, oh, let me lead this guy, and then he leads you to slaughter. That's how I see Donald Trump. So if I'm going to follow him, I need to know he's going in the right direction. If he's not, I have no shame in being like, I'm not, oh, don't you want to get set up and lose everything for this guy? No, not because, like, if he was a real leader, I would absolutely, like, be like, yeah, I'll follow this guy because he's like on my team. It's been 5 years since I thought Trump was on my team. So during the election stolen thing, everybody's saying the election was stolen. The election was stolen. It was the Democrats. Oh my gosh, Trump's a victim. Trump did 15 days to slow the spread. Trump extended it. Trump got mad at Governor Kemp for opening a state, and Trump got mad at Thomas Massie for trying to stop the CARES Act. The CARES Act laid the legislation for extended lockdown, for all of the corruption, funding the states. Trump himself declared an emergency. Trump allowed every state to declare an emergency, and Trump used his energy to get mad at Republican states who didn't want to declare an emergency. So even though Trump wasn't necessarily perhaps the dictator of the lockdown, where he was like the exact person who was forcing everyone to do it, Trump was the quarterback of the lockdown. A quarterback throws the ball, a receiver catches it, and they get a touchdown. It doesn't mean that Trump caught the ball, but it's a team effort. Trump was the quarterback of the lockdown and the quarterback of the CARES Act, right? The CARES Act was guaranteeing that the election was going to be a flimsy election. There's mass mail-in ballots. Nobody's able to travel. Nobody's able to go anywhere. Do I think Joe Biden is popular? No. Do I think there was funny business in the election? Absolutely. But do I think it's impossible that Joe Biden got that many votes in a normal election? Of course, but it wasn't a normal election. Millions of people would have been traveling. They couldn't go anywhere. Millions of people would have been working. They couldn't work. Everybody was getting sent mass mail and ballots months in advance. And every social media company, everybody's on their phone. Nobody can go anywhere. And every social media company is telling you how to register, telling you how to vote, telling you how to do your mass mail and ballot as they're pushing Biden propaganda. No, I don't think it was a fair election. Yes, I think it was a flimsy election, but Donald Trump isn't a victim. He's an architect of the flimsy election. I don't view Donald Trump as a victim to the left. I think he messed up the election with the left. He absolutely provided a way for there to be more votes because there's nothing to do. No one can go everywhere and everybody's on this crazy lockdown. And then after the election, he makes it all about himself and walks his supporters into a Fed trap. If I trusted Donald Trump, I probably would have went to prison because I pretty much know that if I was anywhere near the Capitol, I think they would have threw me in jail just based on just how things kind of turned out and who they went for. If I would have went anywhere near that, I guarantee you I wouldn't have even been able to report for the next 4 years. They would have been hassling me until now and trying to scare the shit out of me. Thank God I know Trump is a Judas goat. Thank God I don't trust him. Thank God I know that everything he does is like, oh, get in trouble for me. And people think that they're like risking their lives for Donald Trump and he's such a hero. I think there's a higher chance that he's in on it than he's just like this goofy leader who doesn't know. The election was nonsense because Trump signed the CARES Act and allowed it to happen and declared emergencies that allowed all of this uncharacteristic ballot stuff to happen. He's not a victim. He's responsible. And anybody that tried to tell him not to do that, he tries to throw out of the party and endorse Lindsey Graham. Trump's an idiot. Trump lured himself to all his supporters to a Fed trap. Maybe he's really dumb. Maybe it's a setup that he didn't know about, or maybe he's just leading you to the slaughter. I don't know, but who knows? That's for people to figure out. And then Biden sucks for the next 4 years. I didn't really, to be honest, it's not that I really trusted anyone else in the race, but I didn't really want Trump to be the nominee of the Republican Party. I didn't vote for DeSantis. I didn't vote in the primary because DeSantis is kind of a puppet too. But I think Trump gets all this credit for being like such a great quarterback. DeSantis is a puppet also, but DeSantis is actually good at doing domestic things. Like I think DeSantis hired Joseph Ladapo. He's getting rid of childhood mandates. He might get rid of property tax. DeSantis actually does domestic stuff while selling us out to Israel like everybody. Trump really doesn't, he's not that smart or good at this stuff. I mean, some things he does, but I was like, I don't think DeSantis is that much worse than Donald Trump, maybe, but it's like the same. It's like a bunch of the people that DeSantis liked and a bunch of the Zionists and the neocons. Trump's entire cabinet is that. There's like nobody outside of that orbit almost anyway. So I don't really see that big of a difference. But anyway, it's like now everybody's traumatized into thinking Trump's going to save our party when he's the one who really ruined us during COVID and lobbed to Joe Biden. And I'll say this because I know some people disagree or agree, but I get why you would vote for Trump to do certain things. I voted for Trump and I don't regret it. But I never thought he was going to save our country. I just thought he would close the border and pick better judges on average. I have very low expectations for Donald Trump. I like the fact that he put RFK there. So far, it's very underwhelming. And obviously, he's humiliating RFK and doing deals with Pfizer. But in general, it's like, I'm not expecting the world out of Trump. I don't trust Trump. To be honest, I don't even really like Trump anymore. He's funny sometimes, but I feel bad for him. I guess he took so much donor money. He can't do what he wants, and he's kind of always getting humiliated. But I wish him well. And I think that he has done a few policies that will help America over the next 20 years, as far as like not being Mayorkas and Biden. So I understand why people would vote for Trump. I understand why people would want Republicans to get elected. But I just don't understand the people that still trust him and like can't figure out what's going on. There's a reason I'm 3 months ahead of everybody on Venezuela. I'm 8 years ahead. They've been wanting to regime change Venezuela for 10 years. I'm not making an argument whether it's right or wrong or good or bad. I'm just simply saying it's happening. And if you don't even know that, you're literally just wrong. They're just not like telling people. They'll tell you like afterwards, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, okay, we're going in. Oh, well, they've been doing that. It's the same thing with like all this stuff. I don't know. Like everyone's going to have to go through this like trauma cycle of like, I trust them. I can't believe that. Like, ask me a question about any person in media, any person in politics, and I could tell you who they are and what they're going to do. With Matt Walsh, I think Matt Walsh is a guy who likes America more than Israel. I think he's the type of person who doesn't like foreign aid. I think deep down in his core, he's a Christian American who doesn't have allegiance to Israel. So no matter how much he does for Zionist publications or media companies, eventually, he's going to probably find himself in the same place as Candace Owens. Not that he's going to become her and do the type of reporting she does, but they're just not going to like him. It's like he's only as useful as what he's willing to toe the line with. And same with Candace. Candace was very useful because she was a Black conservative woman who would do what Prager wanted and do what Charlie wanted and do what Ben wanted. And I'm not saying Candace is wrong for that. I'm sure she thought she was doing the right thing. That's a question for her. I'm not going to speak on her behalf. But as soon as Candace couldn't be the token Black conservative who says all the Zionist talking points, now all of a sudden they don't like her anymore. They never really liked her. They just liked the fact that they could use her image and her wittiness and her intelligence and her audience to push a narrative that benefited their narrative. And in some ways, I understand it. Everybody has opinions. Everybody has a goal, and they want people that align with that. I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong, but it's like, Matt will eventually just realize, just like he is now, that he doesn't want to think that way. He doesn't want to think my team doesn't really like me because I'm fighting the left. It's too scary of a thought. When you're making enemies with the entire left wing, you want to believe the right's on your side. But if they're not, now things get weird, just like with Charlie. The last few months, a few minor disagreements, I'm going to host Dave Smith's, I'm going to host Tucker Carlson's, and all of a sudden, all of Charlie's friends and coworkers, some of them were his friends, but I'm just saying like a lot of them were very upset at Charlie. And that's just the reality of the situation. There's nothing you could say or do that's going to please people that want to just completely control you. It's not going to happen. So I don't know. It is what it is. I'm just doing my job. I'm just saying what I think. And I'll end on this, and then I'll read some comments. There's a reason for everything, in my opinion. Like some people, yeah, maybe they just don't know, or it takes them a while to learn. It's definitely possible, because there's people with like no stake or money involved, and they still don't know what's going on just because they're watching certain media publications. So you always have to be honest and be like, some people are just getting tricked, or some people are just not. But I guess my desire to debate people has kind of evaporated in many ways. Not because I don't like debates. I love debates. I just realized that like, we're not all right wingers are not the same going for the truth. Like that's what I wanted to think. Like, oh, he's just tricked. He's just fooled. Some people have different agendas. They're working for different organizations, or they have an ethnic bias or a religious bias, or at the end of the day, they're not who they say they are, and their goals are not the same as Americans' goals. Like I've realized exactly who is who in like every situation. So it's like, what's the point of debating with someone that's not trying to be right or not trying to be honest? They're trying to convince people that they're right or honest in order to do something that benefits someone else over us. Like they're not making mistakes randomly. Even with Charlie, I said when Charlie was around, and I wasn't trying to be mean, although I will say that I think I was, I was kind of harsh on Charlie when I felt like he was being a sellout. I told my audience for the last 2 years, Charlie takes so much donor money that he has to do certain things. And then you see conversations that people are having posthumously saying, Charlie was doing what we wanted him to do, even though he didn't want to do that. He would say stuff for us, even when he didn't want to. Like they're publicly saying that now, that Charlie would do what they wanted, even though Charlie didn't want to. Why would you have to do something you don't want to do? Either you're getting paid, really nice guy who does things for others that they don't want to, like, it doesn't make sense to me. But that's why, like, when Charlie wasn't doing things that made sense, I wasn't trying to be rude, but I'm like, there's got to be a reason, because I feel like he knows that doesn't make sense. And the more sense that Charlie started making and the more honest he started being, the more his side started hating him. That's just the reality of the situation. I like Tucker. They slandered him. I want to talk to Dave Smith. They slandered him. There is no middle ground, and there is no, I'm going to do 95% of what they want and 5% of my own thing. Certain people want 100%, and they basically want you to be like a groveling, humiliated, like subservient, basically like dog. This guy, Nick Adams, he responded to Thomas Massie, and he said, Thomas Massie should be on his knees at Trump's feet apologizing to him. Listen, Nick Adams, I think he got some sort of job in Trump's administration, but it's like people like that, they don't understand men who don't want to be groveling animals for politicians. Yes, if you grovel at Trump's feet like a literal dog, then Trump might actually hire you to like run some embassy or something. Like, that's true. You could do that, but like, he doesn't understand a man who lives in Kentucky, who doesn't take AIPAC money, who just wants to, fix the beef in America and do things for the country and stop foreign aid. Like, not every man wants to grovel like an animal at somebody's feet for something, but there's a lot of men and women who will do that. So it's like a lot of these influencers and politicians that you're worshiping and thinking you're telling you the truth. That's the deal. They get down on their knees, grovel like dogs and animals, take money, get controlled, say things they don't believe for opportunities. And, the second you lose that, the second you don't do that, you lose it to somebody else who will do it. Megyn Kelly used to talk about that like years ago. I remember seeing a clip of hers, and she's turned out to be at least better than your average bear. She said that Trump was so good at lobbying journalists where he would invite them to Mar-a-Lago, and then she never wanted to go because she was like, I can't be friends with you. Like, yeah, I like you or whatever, but I got to do journalism. And Trump does operate like a mob boss like that. It's like, if you are basically an animal at Trump's feet, you get invited to Mar-a-Lago parties, you get offers, you get this, you get that. If you do a journalistic good job about something that Trump does, he tries to go against you. And, politics is like a grimy game like that. And I could see it from both sides. From one side, if I'm in a position, of course, I'm going to reward loyalists more than I'm going to reward people that hate me. So I'm not necessarily saying Trump is like a horrible person because he wants loyal people around him. But if you listen to somebody like Rand Paul and Thomas Massie, they're not anti-Trump. And to be honest, they've been by Trump's side when it mattered, like Russiagate, et cetera. Massie and Rand Paul, Rand Paul spoke at Trump's reelection stuff. Rand Paul literally campaigned for Donald Trump. But if it comes from Trump and his donors to the Constitution, they side with the Constitution. Rand Paul will be the same with any politician. And to be honest, he's right about Venezuela. Like, he's saying that they should get congressional approval and they should show proof that they're drug dealers. They don't want to show proof because it's not about drugs. Everybody thinks Rand Paul's wrong. Oh, Rand Paul's soft. I'm not saying the president can't fight wars and stuff, but 99% of MAGA doesn't even think it's a war. They're like, oh, he's just stopping drug boats. No, he's not. And the reason they don't want to show proof is because they're not doing that. It's way deeper than just a drug boat, whether there's drugs on there or not. Rand Paul knows that. And everyone's like, oh, he's just a soft libertarian, blah, blah, blah. You think Trump is doing something he's not because Trump's telling you that. And they're not showing you proof because they don't have proof. If they're going to show you all the proof is going to be they're trying to regime change Venezuela. They're at war with Venezuela. The CIA is going into Venezuela. They're shooting boats from Venezuela because they want to take over Venezuela. That's what's happening. I'm not, whether they want congressional approval or not, that's not what they're telling you they're doing. And Rand Paul is just a principled guy who wants them to show proof, and that's, so I get why Trump wants loyalty, but it's hard for me to like put myself in his shoes, because like Trump wants loyalty to his donors. Trump wants loyalty to his vaccine sales. Like he basically wants somebody to lie. So it's like, it's hard for me to be loyal to somebody that's as dishonest or at least like sneaky as Trump. It's like, I have to be so loyal to Trump that I say Operation Warp Speed was a huge success, sir. And now because I go to Mar-a-Lago, I don't, but I'm just saying, if I went to Mar-a-Lago parties, now I have to not do reporting. Like, do you know how, the same way Matt Walsh, although I don't think he's a liar when it comes to this topic, I think he suppresses himself because he toes the line of the Israel topic, because he knows that that's like politically and job advantageous than going there, and he focuses on other stuff. It's the same thing as like influencers and people and music artists that get invited to Mar-a-Lago. If you get invited and you're good friends with Trump, do you think if you did a journalistic video or article saying that Operation Warp Speed was a socialist disaster and these vaccines are not as good as Trump claims they are and he's lying about them, do you think you're going to get invited next year? Do you think you're going to get access to certain areas? Of course not. Everybody knows this, so they can't, they can't really say much about it. And Turning Point used to be like that too. When I first tried to go to Turning Point in 2021 or 2022, I got an invite, or at least they greenlighted my pass. And then I got a call back and they said, hey, we revoked your pass. And I said, why did you revoke my pass? Like, why can't I go? And whoever I was talking to said, because we saw your tweets and you tweeted about Turning Point and Israel and stuff, or like you were dissing Charlie and Israel. Like, I was like, read my tweet. What does it say? Why? I said, why isn't Turning Point talking about the anti-Semitism hate speech laws? Like, I said that. And so they looked at my tweets, and because of what I said, tried to revoke my pass. Luckily, I said, that's crazy. I'll just go outside and protest. I'll bring a sign. I'll record myself. And, I guess they talked to other people and they were like, all right, we got to let Anomaly in. Like, someone, Jack Posebic said you can come or whatever. And it's like, all right. So they finally allowed me to go to Turning Point. But anyway, it's like I almost wasn't allowed because I had told the truth about things that they don't tell the truth for. And I think they don't tell the truth for that because they're getting donor money in order to make that topic very hard to tell the truth about. Anyway, fast forward to this year, I went to Turning Point. It was night and day. Tucker Carlson spoke. Charlie Kirk was talking about Epstein, and so was Megyn Kelly. People at Turning Point were not mad that I was there or whatever. It's like they wanted to do interviews with me. The vibe was totally different. That's why the timing of Charlie's death is so insane. I don't need someone to tell me, oh, it was exactly the same as it always was. No, it wasn't. Charlie 4 years ago would never allow somebody to say the things that Tucker said, and now he was. And people wouldn't want to do a TPUSA interview with me 4 years ago, but now they do. So, it was changing. That's the crazy part, is like most of politics is super fake. It never changes. They only let loyalists on the television, loyalists at Mar-a-Lago, total liars, total frauds, total complete sellouts. And now they don't even do sellouts. They just do people with a massive bias who are not even really, in my opinion, America's not the first country that they care about. But with Turning Point, it was like the most powerful, popular organization that was having an ideological shift. No, Charlie was not going to change everything, but he was allowing people to speak. He was allowing Tucker to speak his mind and Megyn Kelly to speak her mind. That was a massive difference. And all I'm saying is you don't see that much in Republican politics. And that's what makes the timing of Charlie just way crazier than the fact that all these leftists hated him, which they did. And South Park did an episode, which they did. Like, no matter what you think about it, or no matter, like, it is crazy timing. And what extra sucks is just like, now you can't say it was crazy timing, because then they're going to say you're saying something else or you're accusing someone. I'm not accusing anybody. I'll watch the evidence as it comes in and see the court case of Tyler Robinson. I'm just underwhelmed, I guess, by the narrative and the bullet size and the bone, like to me, and the text, like to me, it's not, I'm not overwhelmed with trust, but I'll be patient. I'm not going to say anything or make an accusation that I have no evidence for. But then it's like, I almost can't talk about what Charlie was dealing with, because then people will be like, oh, well, that means you're saying this. You're saying I'm saying that. I'm not saying that. This is the reality of like me, who almost got blacklisted from Turning Point 4 years ago, to me getting invited this year, to Tucker saying things on a stage that they didn't even want at their conference 3 years ago. There's no question it was all shifting. There's no question the Zionists were getting mad at him. And there's no question that he was standing by Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and didn't want them to be silenced. Like, that's not even questionable. That's factual. So now I'm supposed to just sit and be like, oh, that's a nothing burger, don't talk about it. It's even deeper than just Turning Point or anything, or what happened that day, although that's obviously crazy, but it's deeper than that. It's like the future of the party is fragmented in a bunch of different ways. And I think that Trump is really right now the only one. He's the only one that could kind of unite everybody, because I think right now Trump has a lot of people that are America first that like him, although that number is getting smaller. And he has your average Republican likes Donald Trump and trusts Donald Trump. But Donald Trump's entire cabinet is basically like a Zionist. So all the Zionists are super happy. All the people that years ago didn't like Donald Trump, now they're saying, not only do we like Donald Trump, but you can't dislike Donald Trump. Like the Mark Levins and the Ben Shapiros, who at one point definitely, if Trump doesn't do what they want, they have no problem calling him out and disagreeing, which is fine. I don't think Mark Levin or Ben Shapiro has to like everything that Trump says, but Trump is doing almost everything they want when they're now like making videos and being like, oh, look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's questioning Donald Trump, like as if they've never questioned Donald Trump. But now Trump is doing most of what they want. So now they get to gatekeep Trump and say, Trump's crushing. How dare you question what he's, it's like how could you possibly question what he's doing? Which just shows you what is going on. So, we're at this point right now where Trump's cabinet is overwhelmingly Zionist, doing everything that the Ben Shapiros and Mark Levins want. His base is a mixture, but most people are just completely oblivious. It's not even like they have a big stance. They just don't even know what I'm talking about. And then you have the youth, which absolutely is more on the America first, skeptical of Zionism and our relationship with Israel. So I don't know after Trump, but I feel like Matt Walsh is one of those characters that's like a Charlie Kirk, that's like a JD Vance, where they can like finesse both sides, And Charlie was that guy who was like, listen, I could play both sides. Matt Walsh kind of tries to play both sides. And I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I think only Trump can keep those two sides together. I don't know what's going to happen after him, but I think people don't want to talk about it because it's just like, oh, we're all on the same side. And most people don't feel that way. And it's like, oh, now's not the time. Well, only Trump has both sides bought into what he's doing. I think after Trump, it's just going to be really difficult to get both of those fragments to agree on stuff. And that could leave an opening for the Democrats to win an election. Not that I want that to happen, but I just can't really tell what's going to happen after Trump, because I feel like he's a special character. And I will say this as well with JD Vance, and I know this is going to be unpopular, and I'm just speculating based on the evidence that I have. I'm not saying JD Vance doesn't have political connections or Palantir connections or donor connections, because JD Vance has all of those. But if you think of JD Vance in the same light as you think of Charlie Kirk and even like a Matt Walsh, look at how people are treating Matt Walsh, even though he's towed the line. Look at how people were treating Charlie Kirk in his last couple months, even though he was pro-Israel. The same will be true about JD Vance. And I think that, people know what people think behind closed doors or in secret, political meetings or not. All of that is public knowledge to the people that are running the show. Because if JD Vance is saying something in a private meeting or with political people, I guarantee not all of those people are on his side or his friends. So if JD Vance thinks something, they know it. Even though JD Vance is sold out, even though he'll play ball with a lot of the tech companies and his donors, JD Vance, I believe, based on all the evidence I have, is very similar to a Matt Walsh or a Charlie Kirk, where even though they're willing to play ball to some extent to keep the party aligned, JD Vance has America first tendencies. JD Vance doesn't want war as bad as somebody like a Mark Levin or Sean Hannity or Lindsey Graham. Like, I don't think they have the same foreign policy. It's very similar. I'm not saying JD Vance is Dave Smith or something. Like, that's not what I'm saying. Or whoever. But you watch within the next couple of years, if you're not already seeing it already, it's going to ramp up if he's going to be the next president or their next nominee. They're going to start slandering JD Vance because they're going to try to attempt to, I think that what Charlie used to say, moral blackmail. I think that's like the perfect word, because it's not like physical blackmail or sexual blackmail. It's moral blackmail, where they say, you better have this opinion or we're going to call you this word. And we're going to, they're not necessarily going to say it, but it's like, if you go off the reservation, you're going to see a lot of people on your side start to call you an anti-Semite and all these words and try to make you look crazy and essentially try to turn millions of people against you and make people hate you, which is a scary thing. So even though I understand why people think JD Vance is a sellout, because in many ways he has been, he's a politician. He absolutely has been a sellout in many ways. He's not Mark Levin. He's not, deep down in his soul, outside of everything he has to do, he's not these people. And they're going to run smears against him. And I do believe that if he won't completely capitulate, they're not going to want him to be president. So just be on the lookout for that, because it's a nuanced situation where people are like, he's a sellout, or I like him. I like him as a person. I don't trust JD Vance, but I know that deep down inside, he has America first thoughts. Even Charlie. I told people, and I've said this on my stream, but I just want to be honest. Like, when I would have conversations with people in person this year at Turning Point, let's just say I talked to somebody who worked for like some Republican media organization. They'd always like ask me questions. They'd be like, Anomaly, like, what do you think about, do you think I'm a bad person if I work here? Do you think I'm being a sellout? And I always said this. I said, no, because if you're doing a good job and you aren't like taking money to do something you don't believe in, you're not a sellout. And good people need to be in position. So if you feel like you're doing good work and you're doing honest work, then no, I don't care who you work for. And I'm not the be all end all of opinions. But I did say this. I said, you know what? Just because I was at Turning Point, like I said, a couple years ago, and then this year, night and day. Turning Point, no question, was shifting in the direction of things that I agree with. So I said, I really believe, even though I do think that Charlie was, taking money and doing stuff and working with donors, that was his role. He was like a big player in this game. And you almost can't get there without being a big player. I always told them, I said, I think when push comes to shove, Charlie's going to be on our side. I think when push comes to shove, Charlie's America first and Charlie's a Christian. He doesn't always act like it. I don't think, I'm not the biggest fan or anything. I don't trust him. But I could tell that he'll probably be on our side. I told people that months ago. And that's the same thing that people who were pro-Israel were saying. But from the other vantage point, they were tweeting, Charlie Kirk's becoming woke right. Charlie Kirk is facilitating neo-Nazism. Charlie Kirk is going to destroy Turning Point. Charlie Kirk needs to disavow Tucker Carlson. Charlie Kirk's an anti-Semite. So it's like the realer Charlie got, the more I realized that Charlie had tendencies deep down inside that were not what they wanted. And eventually he was going to be on the side. And they knew it too, because they were saying it just like I was saying it from a different vantage point. I feel that way with JD Vance. And I know people will think I'm saying this or saying that. I'm just being honest. Even Trump, I think he's done too much in his life where he just like can't do certain things. But I also think that Trump, he's not like, I think even though Ron DeSantis is a sellout on certain topics, I think Ron DeSantis is actually like more Catholic or Christian than Trump. And it's not a competition, only God knows, but it's like, I don't like Trump, the average Catholic or Christian that actually believes in Jesus. And even if they're a flawed person, they'll be like, I hope I'm going to heaven. I think I'm going to heaven, or I am going to heaven because I believe. And you very rarely hear a Christian or a Catholic say, I'm not going to heaven. Like that, I don't know what that is, or I'm not like, I just think Trump knows he's not really Christian. He's not really Catholic. He's not really that good of a guy. I think deep down inside, he has really good tendencies, and I think he wants to do the right thing, but he's so steeped in money and power and donor money. I think he just kind of like knows, like, I'm doing my best. I'm going to try to do a few things while I'm here, but I'm not really, like, I'm not really who people think I am. Like, I think Trump knows that, which makes him like a better person than others think he is. Like, I don't, I just like, I think JD Vance was similar to like a Charlie Kirk. And I think Trump is like his own brand. Like, I don't think Trump's really like anybody, at least in politics. Yes, he sides with these people. Yes, he sells out like 95% of the time. But here's my question. This is not making an excuse for Donald Trump. But here's my question. Like, how much pressure is on Donald Trump? Like, is he crying for help without crying for help because he doesn't want to? Like, can he even do anything? Does he even have the power? Not making an excuse, just being honest. When I listen to Trump now, it almost gives me the vibe. Like, when I used to listen to Trump, it felt like, and maybe I was just brainwashed, but it felt realer. It felt like it was going somewhere. It felt authentic. It really did. Now I almost feel like Trump has been basically like grabbed by the nuts. And when I listen to Trump now, it almost feels like they like throw him out on stage and they're like, go pretend like you're somebody, and that's your reward. Your reward is you have a lot of fans. Your reward is you get to build a ballroom. Your reward is we might give you a Nobel Peace Prize, or, we'll give you like a golden pager or a golden vaccine award. Like, here's your, go play in your playpen. Go role play the hero. Go do a few things you want to do. But ultimately, you're not really going to be able to do what you really want to do or what you could possibly do. And that's like the vibe I get when I hear Trump. Like, he doesn't, and also he's 80. He might just be old. Like, dude, I got to give him credit. Like, I'm 36 now and I get tired sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't imagine being 80 doing as much as him. It's unreal. But it might be he's old and tired. But also I do think that like he comes across as like more of an actor now, where it's like, go do your thing, go build a ballroom, we'll control the rest. And I think deep down, Trump is such a, he's such like a self-centered person that I think it bothers him. Like, yes, he took the money. Yes, he sold out. But I think deep down inside, like, Trump wants to be the boss, but he's not really the boss. Like, Trump wants to be the head of the pyramid, but he's not really the head of the pyramid. And I could like hear that battle when he talks now. Like, even when he talked about Miriam Adelson, yes, he's complimenting her, but he's kind of like calling her out. Oh, look at her. She thinks she's so innocent. Like, when he said that, that's like a guy that's like upset that he's really like, I'm the president. You can't just come into the White House all the time. Well, I guess you can, but like, I'm supposed to be the president. Look at her. She thinks she's so innocent. Look at her sitting right there. She's got that money in the bank. It bothers him that, she's got more money. She bankrolls him. He does things for them. He said that when her husband was alive, that he was like aggressive, but he liked that, like, I think Trump, like, he likes to be the top dog. And when you bankroll a politician to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, you're the top dog. It's like someone that you like fund their company and you own like 95% of it. It's like, yes, they get to pretend like they're the CEO, but they're really not, like I feel like that's how I hear Trump now. I don't hear him like somebody who thinks he's running things. I hear him as someone who's annoyed that he can't. And I'll even say this too. Like, I don't know Mike Huckabee or Trump, or only God knows what they really think deep down inside, right? I can only speculate. But I do believe, just like with Charlie, as far as like, no matter what you think or you think you're doing, eventually you're going to realize how it really works. Like, for example, if Trump actually thinks he's going to stop them from taking the West Bank, or actually thinks that they want peace right now without getting what they want, if Trump actually thinks that, and he actually feels embarrassed that he got with Arab leaders and got everybody to agree and Israel's going to embarrass him, like, if he actually thinks that, he's going to figure out, just like everyone figures out, he's wrong. And that's where I don't really know. Like, all these people that are doing all this stuff, do you think they really think that they're on the same page? Or do you think they just have to do it like under duress, or else, their political career is over? If anybody is actually trying to do stuff for America and actually like doesn't know this stuff, they'll figure it out eventually. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter who you take money from. It doesn't matter what you think you're doing or what you think your relationship or alliance is. The truth will eventually come out, and you'll figure it out one way or the other. Everybody figures it out at a different time. Some people, like a Ted Cruz, I don't think that guy's an honest actor, so it's not about figuring it out with him, because I think he said he got into politics for that reason. But only time will tell, and only God knows. But it is interesting. It is interesting to see who is really America first. They just don't have the capacity or the freedom to be it. And who isn't actually America first, and they're just kind of, like an actor to make people think that they are that. Only God knows who's who. And I feel like I'm pretty good at reading people, but good con artists are tricky. What makes a good con artist, not a bad one, is someone that seems so believable. So only time will tell. I want to say this real quick, and then I'll read some of these things. Guys, I don't normally, it's been a while since I've done this because it's hard to get stuff made in America. These 3 hats, God bless, and God is great. I got 300 of those, 150 of those, 150 of those. I ordered 600 hats. It's hard to get made in the U.S. You can see it's made in the U.S. right there. It's got they all got this American flag on the back. If you see it right, sorry, it's hard because I'm like mirrored. You see it? It's right there. It's a little tag on the back. It's very difficult to get stuff actually made in the United States, and a lot of things made in the U.S. are like materials from somewhere else, and then they put them together and they get to like say it's made in the U.S. sort of thing. I don't do that. Not joking. There was a company that had these that said that they could put an American flag on them, but then get materials from other place and it would be cheaper. I said, if it's not 100% made in America, materials in America, literally all American, I don't want it. So what they did is they actually custom made these hats for me. These aren't blanks that they just had laying around. They have American material, but it's like most people just settle for the Chinese or the cheaper stuff. They got all the stuff. They made all of these hats from scratch for me with American material, and it's made in the US as well. It's real deal. Okay. It cost me more than your average hat, and that's why I had to jack up the prices a little bit, but I'm not lying to you. I don't think anybody else is really doing this except maybe like a few companies, but these are really made in the US. I got them. The stitching looks amazing. Putting them on, they're like solid. They're dope. They're more like the dad hats than they are the baseball hats, to be honest, but they're kind of like in the mix. So, some people like the smaller ones, some people like the bigger ones, but they're more like dad golf hatty than they are like big, like, I almost said FUBU, but that's not right. That's like a clothing company. You know what I'm saying? Like a big, like 50-cent hat sort of thing. 50, what are they called? The 50 hats. It's not like that. It's more like a dad hat, but it's little in between because I think it's a little bigger than a dad hat. But anyway, got these. They're at dreamrare.com. Check them out. Like I said, I buy them all in bulk. I work with my friend of years who runs a shipping and merch company. So we get them all, make them all, and then he'll ship them to you. So check it out, dreamrare.com. I don't remember, but I don't know if I ever had black God Bless hats. These might be the first one. White God Bless hats, these are epic. I've had them for a while. And then these black God is Greats, these are classic too. Grab yourself a hat. Appreciate the support. And yeah, I'm hoping to sell them out, and then maybe I'll get some more, but we'll see how it works. Dreamrare.com. I got some of the best merch in the game. And if you want to check out one of my shirts, those are made in the USA too. I got some First Amendment shirts. The truth sounds like hate speech to those who hate the truth. And, a lot of boomers on Facebook, they've watched a lot of television and moon landings in their day, and we love the boomers. So, a lot of boomers say Anomaly doesn't like boomers. He's anti-boomer. We hate you, Anomaly. You're always generalizing us. So I made it specific for my audience. Sorry, it's because of the light. It looks way bright. I got to like turn it so you can see how dark it is. But it's the I Love Boomer shirt. If you watch my other streams, you can see how good it looks. This one, it looks crazy because the light's like blinding it. But I love boomers, good material. Any boomer that thinks I don't like you, look, the proof is right there that I do. So let's just not make up things, okay? And then we got the God Bless hats. We got some of these. These God Bless hats are blue, and we got some that are black. They're beanies. And for those who want these, only like really large people, to be honest. I discriminate for the biggies. But jokes aside, but seriously, I think I only have like an XXXL or something, like whatever the biggest one I have, like XL, XXL, XXXL. I don't know. but I only have those left. These are amazing. They all sold out except for those, and they were really expensive to buy, and they're made in the USA too. So I don't have the desire to like drop like 20 grand and buy more of these, but you know, they did sell out. They were great. Maybe one day I'll get these again. Maybe it'll be this year, probably not. But you know, this is just some proof that like my great designs, my great stuff, it does sell out. Some are limited time, some aren't. So if you want a hat, if you want to support, if you've ever said to yourself, wow, that Anomaly, he's a pretty cool guy. How can I support him but also get something? Then you just go to dreamwear.com. And I wanted to apologize to my Patreon fans because I've kind of been slacking on that. I'm trying to figure out something, and maybe we could talk about this. Thank you. Appreciate you, Boomers. We love the Boomers. Get your I Love Boomer shirt here, too. We have a funny relationship. We make fun of each other, but at the end of the day, Boomers make fun of me. I make fun of Boomers, but they know I love them. I know they love me. Well, some of them don't, but that's okay. But, you know, we have a funny relationship, but me and the Boomers, we fight like family members. With that being said, my Patreon supporters, I'm so burnt out from content, making content, looking at content, editing content. I'm literally like burnout. I've been doing it for 20 years now. It's insane. But I just don't feel like giving out extra videos. And I'm not trying to like, I don't know. Does anybody like, you want more content? There's not enough content out there. I'm trying to figure out a new subscription thing. And like, I'll probably use a different website. I'm trying to figure out something better than that. Like if I'm going to do something for you guys every month and provide value, I just don't feel like providing more content is a value. Like, I don't know. It's just like, I just do so much content and then I got to do more content. It's really been stressing me out recently to the point where like, I haven't been able to manage everything. So I'm working on rehashing that and figuring out a way to like provide value that's deeper than just giving you more things to look at on the screen. So obviously that's an ambitious thought. And, you know, it's hard to pull off, but I have to for my soul. I got to figure out a better way to do that. So that's what I'm really thinking about. And I want to ask you guys in the comment section real quick, what would be worth it for you? Like a subscription model, because everybody's moving to that. Like everyone has something. Some people do book clubs. Some people do this. Some people provide every show you'd ever want to watch on Netflix. I just don't feel like, I don't know. It's like an extra video a month. It's just not that cool anymore. And there's just too much competition to feel like anybody wants that. So, you know, obviously I'd like to have a good subscription model because if I could get it to a decent amount, then I could be like totally self-reliant. Even at a certain point, like I could just not do, if I reach a certain percentage, it's like I could just not do any advertisements. Not that I really do that much now, but what would be something besides just supporting me that yeah, thank you, Shauna. I get that. I'm sure everyone left on Patreon does that as well, or else they would have unsubscribed. But I want to like, I don't know. I want to do something that's not just content. Like I want it to be like, oh, I subscribe, I support Anomaly, but I get something deeper than just more videos. Cause I don't think, just like I don't think people need gambling ads. I just don't think people need more videos in their spare time. I think people need to like something better, but I don't know what that is. Someone said, is Kirk still alive? I don't think so, but I don't know. It's the internet. So there's some people that say, if you don't think Charlie Kirk's alive, you're a shill. Bro, I'm not acting like I know everything. I think he's dead, but if you want to think that, I'm not stopping you. I don't, you know, like there's a theory for everything. Someone say, Charlie Kirk's alive. Charlie Kirk's dead. Charlie Kirk got shot from the left. He got shot from the right. He got shot from the bottom. He got shot from the top. He got shot from the back. It's like, I don't know. I don't believe the official narrative, but I don't want to speak on things I don't know. And for every good theory that makes a lot of sense to me, there's like 5 really dumb ones that I'm like, that's not even that smart at all. But, you know, I could tell you what I think. The bullet size doesn't sound real. I don't know why they said that unless it is real, but why would the spokesperson say that and not the FBI? I don't know. The bone thing didn't make sense. The text didn't seem real to, you know, there's a lot of holes in that narrative, in my opinion, but I don't know. I'm not the jury. I'm not the judge. I'm not the FBI. So all I could really do is try to be as honest as possible. And if I'm going to report on anything, then I have to be accurate about it. You know, like that's my responsibility. As far as like my opinion, that's my opinion. But you know, I would say I want to see what they say. I want to see how the court case goes. I want to see what else comes out. Like what they have given me is, for me, is not enough. But I'm not the judge. I'm not the jury. I'm not his family. So my opinion only means so much, like everyone else's. But I'm not blown away by what they're saying. So we'll see what else comes out or what they say or why, and I'll be patient, I guess. But I thought the text messages were a bombshell. Just as far as like Charlie changing his mind, I had no idea that he was like texting things like that. I mean, I don't know if it relates to the case necessarily, but as far as like people fighting over Charlie's legacy, he wasn't having a change of heart. I don't know. It looked like he was, to be honest. But someone said, you could show up and help me fence in some cows. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Most people don't know this because I don't talk about it, but I actually lived on a farm for 10 years. Like, I grew up on a farm. I have done farming for like, I wouldn't say my whole life, but I did do it for a summer. I worked on a massive farm that had a bunch of crops. So I would like do things with onions. I'd pick bugs off of strawberries. I would wrap, like, I think we did onions, strawberries. I'm trying to think what else we have, but I worked in the fields for an entire, like, half a year, I would say. And I've also, like, growing up on a farm, we had long horned cattle. And like, I actually had a trampoline for my graduation party out in where the longhorn cattle were, which is crazy. I don't know. Like, nowadays that would be like a legal problem or something. Someone would probably sue me, but like a bunch of longhorn cattle were coming up on my friends and I had to like chase them away. So I have some like farmer, I have like some farmer instinct. I rode like off-roaders and stuff. I had like an off-road motorcycle that I rode around my property. So I actually lived on a farm like half my life. I have it in me. It's such hard work. So could I help you do a fence? Would that build some character? Absolutely. Do I want to? Maybe. We'll see. It's nice to get off the computer sometime, but dude, I have respect for anybody who farms because farming is no joke. I know how hard it is. Manual labor can be very regenerative. Yeah, for sure. No, it's definitely tough, but it's I don't know. I honestly, like, we'll see what happens over the next couple of years, but I really want to like stack up, and I could see myself taking like a year off. I don't want to right now. I don't think it's the smartest time to, but I am like burnout from the internet, to be honest, and just like doing it alone so much. It's like, it's been very rewarding in some hands, but I do feel like I'm trapped in the matrix where like the amount of like internet labor I have to do in order to like get these results is like exhausting at a certain point. So we'll see what happens, but I'm working on it. Thank you for the super chat, and I'll consider it my cowboy friend. Someone said, without Paul or Massie, we're going to be in more trouble than we can afford. I'll say this: if Trump successfully got Paul and Massie out of the party, I would just unregister. My idea of the Republican Party is more aligned with Massie and Paul and Marjorie than it is Donald Trump right now. There's some things I like about Donald Trump more than them, but not very many. I mean, to me, like, Marjorie is who Trump pretends to be. She has more conservative policy than Paul and Massie, like more conservative versus libertarian, but at the same time, she's not a total sellout. So I don't know. The only people I even like in the Republican Party, I like Massie, I like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I like Rand Paul. They're really it. I don't know. I mean, Matt Gaetz seems cool now, but he got kicked out. Anna Paulina is okay sometimes. She does some cool stuff. I don't, besides everyone else, I really only like Massie and Marjorie. Like, not that I hate other people, but I like trust them the most, I would say. Massie and Marjorie. Then Paul. But Paul's a little sneaky sometimes, but that's okay. Yeah, I would unregister if they got kicked out. What's the point at that point? Someone said, how does it feel to see a lot of people waking up to the Israel control since you've been saying it for years? It's definitely interesting. I mean, I wouldn't say I guess I predicted some of it and a lot of it, but I don't know. I'm just living in the present. So yeah, it's a lot of people are talking about it in ways that I don't think I would have ever imagined or thought necessarily, but As much as I want to say like, yeah, it's always good to see people more aware of this stuff. For me, I guess I'm like, my happiness doesn't come from whether people agree with me on Israel or not, or how many people like, the older I get, the more I realize like what true happiness and true meaning and purpose is. And it's really just like not the internet for me. So I hate to sound like unappreciative or melancholy or whatever, but when I was younger, I set out on my own to make something of myself. I did, and I'm not giving up or anything. It's not like I'm over it, but I'm just like exhausted. So it's like like playing a sports game is more fun for me than like looking at people question Israel on Twitter. It's like I'm just numb to it. It's like, yeah, I get it. It's a good thing that everyone's waking up to this topic to some extent, but it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't bring me joy. Yeah, I can't really say it brings me joy or anything. And I think I've been trying to do it, and I've been delegating a little bit on certain things, but I I could be an introvert and an extrovert, but I've just spent too much time alone. So I think what would make my job more exciting would be like someone to work with a couple days a week and the right people around me. So it's not just me talking to myself. This is fun for me. I like live streaming, but like average work all day, posting on Facebook, answering emails. I don't, it's just like, I don't know. It's not fun for me anymore. And in order to be great at anything, or be successful and keep doing it, like you want to enjoy it and you want to find passion in the journey, or else you're not going to be the best version of yourself. And I'm a very passionate person. I'm a very motivated person, and I feel like I'm trying to find that angle again that makes me really excited about it. Because for me, like, it's exciting to like play sports and get off my computer. It's exciting to like go to an event and talk to people in real life. It's exciting to like take a walk and chat with someone on the phone. It's not exciting for me anymore. Like, results online mean nothing. If you looked at my analytics on Facebook, in the last 90 days, I've reached 624 million people, over 500 million views. I think 600 something million views on my posts in the last 90 days. Does that bring me joy? Not really. I mean, the revenue from it brings me joy, and the fact if I could use the revenue to not have to do another job and take a break when I need to, and then the break brings me joy. So there's some joy in getting money from that, and there's some joy in like, real life interactions. If someone stops me and say, "Hey, Anomaly, I love your videos," and then I have like a human chat. I like doing live streams. This is fun for me. I like having guests on. That's fun. But like other things, it's just not. I just don't care anymore. It's like, yeah, the story, like you said, people are waking up, but the story stays the same. So it's like, what's even the point to talk about it every day if people are waking up, and like the core of what's going on is going to be the same for the next 5 years. Like, why even cover so much stuff? Like, I could probably just like take a break, come back, and it would be the same. So, I don't know. I think I've made a difference, and I'm grateful, but I'm just like looking at it realistically, and it's like, well, what am I doing? Get a dog. I mean, dog could help, but I don't know. I don't want to be one of these like sad, lonely people that copes with just a dog. Like, I want a wife and kids and stuff, but it's like, here's the thing. You work hard in order to make money and make something yourself and have a legacy. But it's not the best way to meet people. So, but then it's also like going out and drinking is not necessarily good either. So I've been just trying to like play sports and work out, but it is what it is. I've dated. It's not like I'm sitting here doing nothing. I've dated and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like I'm really picky, and the world is not. I feel like if I grew up in and I'm not trying to make an excuse because everybody finds something, but if I grew up in like the 70s, I could have had a wife in a second or have somebody easier. But nowadays, it's like over half the women are Democrats. All the Republican women are liberals and feminists, and everybody's so addicted to like technology that everybody's very stubborn in their ways, including me. So people don't want to like, make sacrifices the way that people used to. And I think, both men and women need to make sacrifices in order to have a healthy relationship. But I do think that like the woman should kind of delegate to the man a little bit and play their role, which most women don't want to do. So I don't know. I'm sure I'll find someone eventually, but it is what it is. It's like, I guess I see a lot of other people's relationships too, and it's like even with a lot of people, it's like the woman's like the man. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean. I gotta. Thank you for telling me it was frozen. I'll switch it. You know, I look at some relationships and I was like, yeah, I don't want that, but there's a lot of great ones out there too. So there's really no excuses to be made. You just gotta figure it out. Here's another thing too. Once again, I feel like I'm coping hella hard, so I just want to be self-aware on that. I don't like it's hard to like trust anybody anymore too, you know? Like Elon Musk just like tweeted he just tweeted an article where he's like, you know, there's a bunch of like agents going after Silicon Valley guys and even having kids with them in order to like gain intel on them. So it's like if you're like this ugly tech dude in Silicon Valley and you're like, I created an app, I'm a billionaire, women like me now. And then some 10 shows up and you're just assuming she's a normal gold digger who likes you because you have money or whatever. It's like that's not even true anymore. It's like they're not just like normal women who want security and money. It's like you might be getting set up. So it's like in my space, I don't really trust anybody. Most Republican women are feminists, and it's like half of them act like they're not even working for America. So you know, it's hard to even like reap the benefits of what I'm doing because I just don't trust anyone. When I go to Turning Point, you know, I'm quite the charmer. Women like me and stuff, but it's like I don't really want a woman who does politics. I want someone who doesn't do politics. I don't need to be like, you know, I think I'm enough for the two of us. I don't need someone that's doing a bunch of stuff too. That doesn't sound fun. Someone said I feel bad for married men. There's pros and cons to everything. So it's like, you know, at the end of the day, there's some married men caught in bad situations, but I wouldn't say I feel bad for them. It's like, it sucks if you have to get a divorce. It sucks if something, you know, but getting married, having kids, I'm sure is a massive blessing if you do it properly. And here's the thing for single people. It's like, it's never the perfect situation. So if you're waiting for like, oh, I feel bad for people married with kids, it's like I'm sure they feel bad for you too, not being married, you know, like there's so many ways that this could turn out. One thing that Patrick Bet David says that I think is true is he says like, you know, getting married is a risk, getting married and kids is a risk, but not getting married and kids is an even bigger risk. I feel like that's very true. You know, it's like, yes, getting married is a risk. Yes, having kids is a massive risk, but so is not doing any of those. That's an even bigger one. So I think that's well said by him. Elon has 13 kids and several baby mamas. I mean, yeah, I don't want to do that either, but at the same time, at least he has kids. I don't, you know, it's like, I don't know. Someone said, join a good Catholic church and you'll meet a good woman, traditional Catholic mass. It's possible. I go to like Christian churches sometimes, but I don't know. It's like the pastor's wearing like boat shoes. He's dressed in like Oshkosh Bagosh. He's talking about Israel half the time. He's like doing PowerPoints and you know, it's like you're going to like a Coldplay concert. I get why people are going to Catholicism over Christianity. Like, you know, not that it's not Christian, but there's the differences. I'm not abandoning it. I'm just saying like these mega churches are like, they don't feel, it doesn't feel like a religious ceremony. It feels like you're watching some guy wear like $300 shoes and like, you know, just talk about Israel the whole time. So not every church is like that, but I don't know. These mega churches, it feels really, something feels really off about it. Like I did just stop going because I was like, I'd rather just not go here, you know? So I got to find a better one. Someone said it's best to have a family. Where are the women for that? Well, I mean, a lot of the good women are already taken, but also, you know, men and women are both going through a lot. You know, I don't blame one gender or anything. It's just like we've been lied to. Sorry, it's freezing again. We've both been lied to. And I think it's, you know, it's bad for men and women to like ignore nature and reality, but I do think that women, you know, like if you're lied to and you don't think of these things and then you hit your 30s, like it's definitely time to start thinking about it. Same with men, but men and women are kind of on different biological timelines. And, you know, I guess I don't regret anything or anything like that. It's just one of those things where everything happens for a reason. And what I did in my 20s, like I had to I didn't want to be connected to a girl or like, oh, she's doing this and I got to be this. I was like, let me go make something of myself. I didn't really think about it that much as far as like, you know, taking relationships super seriously, because I didn't want to be that guy that like just like argues with his girlfriend for 5 years straight. And it's like, bro, you're 23. What are you doing? Like, go get a job, go do something. So I really pursued my passion really heavy. And I didn't think of it, even like editing outside of relationships. It's like editing didn't bother me at all. In my 20s and my 30s, I had no problem isolating myself to just like crush work, because I was just like, if no one's going to do it for me, which they're not, I have to do it. I have to isolate myself. I went to West Virginia University, and it's like everybody was partying all the time, including me. But I isolated myself in order to record myself rapping to launch my career. If I didn't get alone, it never would have happened. Some people have a story where they get a team and they got a manager and their best friend told them to rap. And that's dope. I think it's way better to do with a team. It's just not my story. Like my story wasn't, I didn't have a team. Nobody believed in me. Nobody was really helping me. I had to do it alone. And that's the same thing with media. And the more I look back on it and realize it, it's a blessing, because like if you work with your best friend or something, they're not going to scam you most likely. But if your team is someone that wants something out of you, then there's a trade-off. If your team is Fox News, or your team is Sony, or your team is a manager who's going to connect you with Sony, there's a trade-off for every acquaintance that you're getting, or every business relationship that you're getting. So, I think my story, like, I don't look back on it and be like, I wish this happened, I wish that happened. Because if any of that happened, I probably wouldn't be able to be so free and honest and accurate. And I don't even personally think that, yes, I worked really hard. And I think that I put in the work. Like, I can't relate to people that don't work hard. Cause like if people only knew how hard I tried for how long in order to do something on my own, like most people haven't worked 1/20th as hard. So it's like, how do you think you're going to make it? But with that being said, I think my work ethic mattered, but it was in my soul. Like no one told me not to sell out. No one told me not to sign a deal. Nobody told me to rap about these things. Like I always felt like it was just coming to the paper. Like I would say, I mean, sometimes I said super degenerate stuff just because I was caught in the culture, but also a lot of my lyrics were like really meaningful. Like it was just meant to be. And same thing with news. It was meant to be. There's a reason other things didn't happen. And I'm sorry, I'm getting like my throat's getting hoarse. I haven't talked for this long in like weeks, but everything worked great. But then it's like you hit a certain age and it's like, yeah, it's not all about work. It's not all about money. It's not all about that. People always make fun of like Kevin Durant, because Kevin Durant is single. I don't know how old he is, 36, 37 now. Most basketball players are married and they have kids. And, when you're in the NBA, it's like your options are astronomical. Like everywhere you go, there's hundreds of women that want to marry you for your money. Not say that that's like a good wife, but it's way easier for like a basketball player to get married than like the average person. And Durant's not married. So it's become like a running joke, but I kind of get it, where it's like, on one hand, you could say it's mean and maybe he's just doing his thing, but people are like, bro, get married already. Like, why are you still single? Like at what point? And I don't know Durant, because he's 34. Okay. He's not even that old, but, he's got a good life and he's got a good support system. So it's like, he doesn't need to get married, because like, it's not like he's lonely or anything. He's in front of people all the time. He's got agents. Like it's probably easy to be single, because like, you're still living the dream. But I think everybody knows eventually it's like, it's not fulfilling. Like there's only so much money and fame and playing sports can do for you, and that's where I'm at too. Like, yes, it's nice to see everybody waking up and stuff, but that mattered a lot more to me in my 20s. Like I cared way more. Not that I don't care now, but it's like even when I moved, I'm trying to like figure out, because I'm identifying the issue where it's like, it's the same way I don't think people should just do Zoom calls all the time, Like I think Zoom calls are just soul-sucking jobs. Like, hey, I'm on my computer doing a Zoom call all the time. That's the same essentially as what I'm doing. I mean, my life is cool where I get to like live stream, but and this is actually fun, and I do feel like this is like, adding value to my life and meaningful. But at the end of the day, it's like, how long, if you work at a Zoom place, like how long do you want to do Zoom calls for? Like, doesn't it bother you? Like this, I love my job. I'm living the dream, whatever. It bothers me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm doing it alone. I don't have a production team. I don't have somebody that comes over 5 days a week. I've done all this alone for 20 years. It's just not fulfilling doing something alone. So it's like, yeah, one part of it's relationship and whatever, but even with most people's relationship, they're not like working with their wife necessarily. Some people are, and that's awesome. But you know what I'm saying? Like the average person has like people that they see in person every day. I'm just tired of not like seeing people. But then again, I'm not trying to like give my business to people I don't trust or like. I just like, I hit a wall like a year ago and I'm like, dude, I've identified I don't like working alone as much as I do. And I don't like working 12-hour days by myself. But you know, that's all it is. So I'm working on it. I've definitely put some things in place. There's some people that are interested in working with me. I'm excited about that because I feel like then it'll be fun again. Someone said you leveled up, new beginning ahead. I've had a lot of blessings and a lot of lessons, but you know, I feel like there's been a lot of years of blessings and then there's been a lot of like reality check lessons. So yeah, I mean, you know, I take them all, learn from them and then keep it moving. Someone said, I've been a nurse for 40 years. I like taking care of people. I'm grateful for it. Well, it's a very meaningful job and it's very rewarding. It's probably very difficult too, but you get to be in person. You get to help people, you know, it's every human has that in their soul where like, say like I go out, right? I go out, I'm working all day on the computer, reaching millions of people, right? I'm reaching millions of people. People like me, people don't like me, who knows, you know? And then I walk out and I like hold the door open for somebody. That feels more rewarding than anything I just did online. I just reached 10 million people on Facebook in one day. I'm numb to it. None of this matters to me anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest. It's like, nothing is appealing about it to me. Nothing, not nothing, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, I get more joy out of holding a door open for someone for 5 seconds than I do sitting in front of a screen for 10 hours. It hurts my eyes. It's not fun. I'm just being realistic about it. I'm not going to complain. Everyone has a job, but it's like, I'm just realistic. Like, I'm not going to lie to myself and be like, wow, this is so great. It's definitely, the rewards are great. There's ways to make it great. There's ways to do this and have a team around you where it's actually fun to go to work. But that's just like the point I'm getting to. And I'm sure anybody who works on the computer will agree with me. It's not just me. It's like half the country is working on Zoom calls now. It's just like it gets to a point where it's just like the freedom of this was great, but now it's becoming the opposite of freedom. Working a digital job used to be the escape from the matrix, but the digital landscape of like how much people how high screen time is, it's gotten to the point where it's no longer an escape. Someone said you won VIP package concert tickets yesterday. Congrats. That's an awesome feeling. I won Nas and Damian Marley tickets one time from the radio. That was fire. But someone said you are Catholic, haven't realized it. I was raised Catholic. I was baptized. I did all that stuff. So my family was originally Catholic, but a lot of my family fell away from the faith. Someone said, I got on the X to ask what's happening with Matt Walsh and everyone yelled at me, no lives. That's what I'm saying with the internet. Like even Instagram, I have almost 500,000 followers. I'm very popular on there. It's like, I don't know. It's like, what's the point of posting? I hate to be like so deep and like weird with it, but I don't know. I could post every day and get a lot of attention, but it's like, what's the point? Like why now I got to make another video for Instagram? I just made a video on YouTube. What am I doing this for? Like people's validation? It's not like Instagram doesn't really pay you. And also it's like, if it's meaningful enough, then I make an Instagram video. Cause I'm like, it's not about the money. It's not about that. I just feel like I'm inspired to say this and I want to show people. Besides that, I don't want to post on Instagram all the time. I don't want to argue with people. I don't care what people think. You know, it's like I'm bad. I'm hitting a wall where I'm just like, I just don't care anymore. Someone said you enjoy being real too. Me too. I'll read this. Let's go, my guy. Anomaly doesn't understand the importance of having the only Western country in the Middle East and defending it. I would love to have like a conversation with you about it. you're assuming that I don't understand why it's important to defend Israel. And I think you don't understand what the pros and cons are and what's really happening versus what you think is happening in your head. If Israel were the United States of America and Israel had our exact same values and Israel were the moral high ground of the West and everybody else in the West was immoral, then I would agree with you. I'd be like 100%. It's very important to defend them. I don't really view it that way. And I don't think the relationship is mutual. And also, I view it as we inherit a lot of their problems that we wouldn't have because we don't have the same values. We don't wage the same wars. We don't believe the same things. We don't believe the same gods. Are like, I don't personally, and this is no disrespect, but the same way I don't believe Islam is Christianity, and you would probably agree with that. I don't think Judaism is Christianity, and I don't think Jewish culture is American culture. I don't believe that. I'm not saying that you're bad, or I'm not saying that India is bad, but India is not America. It's the same sort of thing where you have a picture of Mamdani eating rice with his hands, and it becomes this whole controversy. Some people say it's barbaric. Some people say Mamdani looks weird. It's not American. Other people say you're racist. I'll take this full circle to Israel, but in general, it's like Americans, most of them, our culture is not eating rice with hands, right? Some people eat with chopsticks. We eat with forks. We don't eat rice with our hands. It looks barbaric and weird to me, but I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying it's not an American value. If I went to Vietnam or Japan and I started eating a hot dog and then I started eating with like silverware instead of chopsticks, they have a right to think that that's weird or barbaric. I don't think they're racist. It's their culture. And sometimes I agree with Japan over America when it comes to their values. Other times I don't, but it's okay to understand that our values are not eating rice with your hands the same way their values are not eating with silverware and a fork. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing racist about that, right? But the left will say, you're racist if you don't think eating with your hands is normal. I eat ribs with my hands. So someone was like, oh, it's really unsanitary to eat rice with your hands. Not really. I mean, how is it any more unsanitary than eating ribs with your hands? I'm not making the moral argument that it's so bad for your health. I just think it looks weird because I'm American. I have a right to say that. It's the same thing with Israel. If you say that about Israel, they just call you an anti-Semite. I don't think their values are our values. I don't think Christianity is Judaism. And I think when America was a Christian nation, I don't believe in Sharia law and I'm not Islamic, but a lot of the things that they're doing in a different way, because we're American and Christian, were similar things that we used to do. So I'm not saying America is Islam. It's not. We don't wear burqas. We don't wear hijabs. I don't want America to look like that because I'm a Christian and I'm an American. But at the same time, it's like America didn't make gambling like widespread legal. That's just like an Islamic person would call that haram. It's immoral. It's a sin in Christianity. I would say divorcing is a sin. Mass alcohol, I don't think is really good. I'm not trying to outlaw it necessarily, but it's just like you look at our culture and it's not Christian. This is not a Christian country. Most of our current American values are against Christ. I'm not. And when it comes to Israel, it's like hard to really tell because it's like a lot of people practice Judaism. There's the people that are Hasidic and they literally dress like a different way and they have different hair. And then there's a bunch of people like Seth Rogen that are atheists and they're not even Jewish. And then some people in Israel are just ethnically Jewish and not religiously Jewish. So the conversation between Judaism, the ethnicity of Jewish, and then the nation of Israel, to me, they're all intertwined, but they're all slightly different. You know what I'm saying? Like Israel is the homeland of Jewish people. Not just religious Jewish people, but ethnic Jewish people. But Jewish people don't have to live there and they don't have to like Israel. It's there's a place they can go if they want to hang out with a bunch of Jews. But if they want to live in America or any other country and rock with that country, they have the right to do that too, just like anyone else. I'm not gay, but what I'm just saying is like when it comes to that culture, it's hard to even talk about because it's like all intertwined. It's all slightly different. And you just get called an anti-Semite if you talk about the nuances of it. But like, I don't believe that the Talmud is the same as the Bible. And I don't believe that rabbis that preach the Talmud are exactly like Christians. And they don't think they're exactly like Christians either. I'm not playing the moral high ground here. But if you ask the average Talmudic rabbi, like what they think of Jesus, they're not as thrilled with Jesus as Christians are. Christians think he's the Lord and Savior. Muslims think he's the prophet. The Talmud says he's boiling in hot excrement for eternity. And there's plenty of passages that are speaking down of Jesus. So I'm not disrespecting anything, but it's like this idea that we're exactly the same. We share the same values. We're the same exact thing. I don't see it that way. I don't see it that way at all. Just like I don't think that Saudi Arabia is exactly like America. And if America was getting like flooded with Saudi Arabians and Saudi Arabian culture, it's not our culture either. It's, and it's no disrespect to them, just like it's no disrespect to Israel. It's just like this idea that Israel's exactly like America is not true. It's never been true. And it's just propaganda in order to get us to constantly give them foreign aid, constantly allow their lobbying and not have them register under FARA, and constantly get called anti-Semite when billionaires are bankrolling Trump to do things for them against the interests of us. So it's not the same. I'm not playing moral high ground. I'm not saying they're wrong, but they like this. It's this great psyop. Like even like Brandon Tatum was talking to Netanyahu, and he goes, "I had such a great trip. Everybody thinks it's so bad, and they treat Christians so bad. When we went to Israel, only one pastor got spit on by a kid." And then the parent immediately, like told him not to. That's a really weird thing to say. Let me give you an example. When I lived in Los Angeles, I went to Watts, which is near Compton. Watts is like an inner city area, heavy Black population. And I forget what it was. It was like a fair, but there was some nonprofit or some group doing like a fair for all the kids and the youth of Watts, right? So I went to Watts and I like played basketball with some of the kids, and you know what I'm saying? I walked around Watts for whatever reason. I don't remember why we were walking around, but it was a good trip, right? No kids spit on me. No parents spit on me. Nobody did anything to me. I didn't get shot. I didn't get stabbed. Nobody was mean. Like I had a great experience in Watts. Not one bad thing happened. If like a kid spit on me, I don't know that I would have went home and been like, "Oh, it was great. Only one kid spit on me." Like, yeah, I guess that's better than like something worse happening. But that like, my experience in Watts was like, no one spit on me. No one did anything. Everyone was really nice. And it was a great time. And, I felt like it was cool to help out, or whatever. It's a weird thing to be like, here's how much they like Christians. We went there and only one kid spit on a pastor. Like if you went to a neighborhood and a kid spit on a pastor, why would a kid spit on a pastor? Do kids just spit on people? No, unless you're a baby, you spit on your parents by mistake when you're like, gargling. But if you're like a kid, like you learn that from someone. You either have bad parents or someone told you that it was okay to spit on pastors or people. So this idea that that's some sort of like a heroic trip, it's like the dumbest propaganda cope ever, where it's like, yeah, there's probably a lot of really nice people in Israel. I've heard Israel's a great place to go. Like people are cool. They got cool nightlife and, like Israel's cool to visit. But if you go to certain parts of Israel, some of them hate Christians. Some of them spit on Christians. Some of them, their kids spit on Christians. It's their like your custom is to think that Jesus is your Lord and Savior, and your customs is to like Christians and work with them. Some of their is to spit on them. Not everybody spits on them. Just like in America, not everything, but like that's not this idea that we're exactly the same. We're not. And the amount of people that want us like, it's hard to really, and I'm not trying to like over explain it, but there's lots of videos of them spitting on the ground when pastors walk by too. It's like Christians, you go to a Christian church, they're like in pure joy when they feel the Spirit of the Lord. They're singing, they're putting their hands up, Lord. And then when those type of people walk through certain corridors, people start spitting on the ground because they spiritually hate you. They spiritually hate your Lord. They don't think your Lord is a Lord. They think he's a traitor, essentially, you know, a rabbi who gave the Gentiles information and turned on his ethnic group. Not everyone thinks that. But the percentage that thinks it is not 0, and it's not 1%. So, you know, it's like this idea that we have to rig everything in our country to benefit another country, pass speech laws for that country, give them foreign aid, allow lobbying, you know, like gatekeep every media company and make sure everybody has the same foreign policy to help them. It's all a lie. It's all propaganda. If that country were as great as everybody says it is and exactly like us, like everybody thinks it is, then why does there need to be so much lobbying? Why does there need to be so much gatekeeping? And this is like the sad reality of it that I warned about since 2019, just being honest. It's like there's only so much you can do with marketing to make people like you. For example, and I'm sorry to use this example, but I think a lot of people in America are used to it. Racial relations my whole life was like, I'm telling you how my parents raised me as a kid, going to school, what I thought. I never thought about other races. My best friend growing up was a Muslim. I had a black friend. On our bus, we had an Indian kid. We had like a kid that had like a disability. One of my best friends was Jewish. Everybody had like little jokes that they would say, like little racist jokes, like, but nobody actually like meant it and nobody thought twice about it. I never thought growing up, my friend's Jewish, he's different. He didn't seem any different. I went to his bar mitzvah. His mom was nice. His dad was nice. They were so nice to me. My thoughts of Jewish people was through the roof because of how I was treated by Jewish people my whole life. They were always really nice to me. They were some of the coolest people. They never looked down on me. So I was pro-Jewish, pro-Israel, like couldn't think of a bad thing to say because of how I was raised. My friends were Indian. My friends were Muslim. My friends were white. My friends were Christian. I didn't even think about race. Even like in college, I never thought, oh, he's black. I just, for whatever reason, I wasn't raised to think that way. I'm not saying for whatever reason, but like my parents didn't talk about it. The media didn't talk about it. And the school system didn't talk about it. Right. So this is just my vantage point. I'm not saying it's true to everybody. I didn't think about race at all until like 2017, 2018, 2019. And then everybody's just calling racist. Like that came out of nowhere. The more they started talking about race, the more I started thinking about race, because how could you not think about it when they talk about it all the time? And now, despite billions upon trillions of dollars of like Black Lives Matter-esque, I'm not saying Black Lives Matter spent that much money, but that sort of activism, it's on all the stadiums, it's on all the end zones, it's everywhere. Don't be a racist, like black people, don't be a racist. You know, like everywhere, it's like, don't be anti-Semitic, don't be a racist. It's like the propaganda has been through the roof. The average person had like better opinions of different races 20 years ago when there was no propaganda being spewed or very little. So the propaganda doesn't work because at the end of the day, one, there's two things that happen when you just mass bombard people with lopsided propaganda. One, some people are emotional. You piss them off and then they just take the other side to spite you. And two, it provides a cover for real conversations people are having about like problems that they have. And then the problems are not addressed. So for example, like I never even thought about race at all, but a lot of people notice that in America, certain neighborhoods have really high murder rates and everybody knows it. There's a conversation to be had about why. You can have an honest conversation about it. It's because of poverty. It's because of this. It's because of that. It's because of this movement that took the fathers out of the home or this, or the fact that nobody's religious or, you know, historical traumas. I'm willing to have a conversation about all that, but you can't act like it's not happening. And you can't expect everybody to think it's awesome, especially when America now is basically like most people don't even have like American roots in America. Most people's family came from Europe or Asia or somewhere else. And they don't like crime either. So it's like, how are you going to tell some Chinese lady that moved here broke from China that can't even speak English? How are you going to convince her that she's wants to live in a neighborhood with people that she can clearly see are committing a lot of crimes? Like there's no substitute for just addressing the issue, being honest about it. And you can't tell a bunch of people that they're just racist all the time because like nobody believes it, especially when people are coming with nothing from other places, and they could somehow like manage to make sure that their family doesn't fall into those traps. So it's like, no matter how much money they've spent on racial propaganda, no matter how much BLM stuff, no matter how much on the end zone, racial relations now are worse than they probably were 20 years ago because of all the propaganda, because it was lopsided, because it didn't allow a discussion, and because it's ignoring self-accountability and self-awareness, which is a huge part for every group, and they don't want any, and the people running these organizations don't want to have a conversation about that. They just want to say it's racist, so the problems don't get better, they just get worse. Everybody points the finger, and now way more people think about race than they used to. But of course, when people think about race, they're not just going to roll over. Now there's millions of people who are becoming very race minded, and are thinking about the other side of that coin, and realizing that if you bring a bunch of people into a country that aren't your race and they hate you for your race, then it's not advantageous to you, because just because you like them doesn't mean they like you. And everyone's having that conversation behind closed doors. And in England, it's like, if the crime rate's going up, and that's not your custom when you were raised, and it's a bunch of other people coming, it's impossible not to see that. And it's not to say that everyone does that, but it's like everybody, like, propaganda didn't work, is what I'm trying to say. You talk about anti-Semitism. I called this in 2019. I said, you could say that I'm a bad person for talking about speech laws, or you could say that I'm a bad person for noticing like lobbying money. But I predicted that it wasn't like, the conversation wasn't going anywhere because I wasn't wrong. If I was wrong and I'm just making stuff up, then obviously it's going to go away, because it's not going to, like, reality you can't ignore it forever. It's like being a liberal, living in like the shittiest part of a liberal neighborhood and acting like nothing's wrong. And then you get robbed. And then it's like, oh, dang, maybe the conservatives were right. Maybe this neighborhood does really suck. You know what I'm saying? Like reality sets in, no matter if you're left wing or right. Like, it's just the reality of nature. And everybody, like, anybody can go to two different neighborhoods and be like, which one feels safer and better? Which one has bars on the window? Everyone knows. So with that being said, you have the war, and then you have Israel's response to the war. I'm not sitting here playing moral high ground of this or that or whatever, or like, it's not a game of that to me. It's just the reality of the situation, where it's like, after the war broke out and after Israel's response, the boldness and the lack of self-awareness almost increased tenfold. It went to a conversation of, the only people that are talking about this are people that actually like research and understand what's going on, and are like ahead of the curve, versus now it's in your face. So it's almost like a group that nobody was really talking about because there wasn't anything front and center, to now becoming a group front and center. So everybody has their eyes on it. And I always say this about people that will say like, well, why do you talk about Israel so much when it's such a small country? Or why does anybody talk about it? Let me give you an easy example. Why do more people talk about Ukraine than they talk about Switzerland? Why do more people talk about Ukraine than they talk about Uganda? Is it because everybody's racist against Ukrainians and they love Ugandans and Swiss people? No, it's because Ukraine is front and center to a global war. Ukraine takes a bunch of money from America. Zelensky parades around our media. Zelensky's constantly asking for weapons and money, and it's a conflict that involves America. So it doesn't mean you're racist towards Ukrainians if you talk about Zelensky more than the leader of Belgium. It literally makes logical sense because of how important it is to the United States and how front and center, even if you say that other countries have more power, Ukraine positions itself front and center by mistake, probably, or on purpose. I don't know. It shouldn't be a question of why are more people talking about Ukraine than Belgium. It's obvious. So with Israel, it's the same thing. Before 2019, why was I talking about Israel? Well, Trump and DeSantis passed executive orders or bills that included an international definition of hate speech for Israel. If they would have done it for Saudi Arabia, I would have been talking about Saudi Arabia. If they would have done it for Qatar, I would have been talking about Qatar. If they would have done it for Canada, I would have been talking about Canada. But they decided to pass international hate speech laws for ethnically Jewish people, religiously Jewish people, and the nation of Israel, a blanket anti-Semitism bill that said you can't talk about dual loyalty or media ownership. It's just really weird. I don't know. Let's just say Most media companies are owned by Japanese people. Mark Zuckerberg was Japanese. Epstein was Japanese. Larry Fink was Japanese. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump's biggest donors were Japanese. Let's just say they were all Japanese. And then Trump and DeSantis passed Japanese speech laws where you couldn't say that Japanese people in America had loyalty to Japan. I would think, well, Japan's taking over America. Japan controls America, and we're being conquered by Japan. Like that's what I would think with any country, because it's like obvious. Like if Japanese people own most things, but then they were the big donors behind Trump and DeSantis, and then they passed a bill where you couldn't say that they were doing what they were doing. I was like, all right, Japan's taking us over. But that's not the case. That is the case with a different country that has donors that pass, that pay money to Trump and DeSantis, and then they pass speech laws. I didn't choose for that to happen. I didn't want it to happen. That's why I talked about it more than Switzerland or Qatar. Nobody even talked about Qatar until these last couple of years, because Qatar is an ally of America who's at odds with Israel. So, America's stuck between these two allies. Israel wants one thing, Qatar wants one thing, and Trump is trying to finesse the situation. So people that are more pro-Israel are trying to say everybody's working for Qatar to try to distance Qatar, so Trump has to do what Israel wants. No offense between Qatar and Israel, but it's like, I don't care about either country. I'm not saying I hate them or want something. Like, God bless Qatar, God bless Israel. But like, I'm not Israeli, I'm not Qatarian, or however you say that. So, my thoughts about other countries are: one, I wish people well. Two, I want all wars to end, and I would love if every country is thriving. But at the end of the day, I think about other countries in the sense of like, would I want to travel there, or would I not want to travel there? And even on that note, I wanted to go to Israel before I ever wanted to go to any Muslim country, because I had a pro-Israel, I would say, I'm not going to say like anti-Muslim, but I wouldn't say I thought very highly of Muslim countries for whatever reason. And like 5 years ago, I would have rather go to Israel over any other country. Now, if you ask me which country would I rather visit, the reason I wouldn't want to go to Israel, not even necessarily the war that they've been taking place in, because that could scare some people away. It's more just the opinion about anomaly in Israeli media. I've been smeared by Israel First Republicans in America. It's reached international publications. And because Israel Firsters are so dishonest and they call anybody an anti-Semite who talks about this stuff, I don't feel comfortable going to Israel, because I believe they've turned a majority of the population against me for the crime of essentially liking my country and my First Amendment and not wanting Israeli speech laws passed into legislation in Arkansas and Florida. So yeah, I don't not want to go to Israel because of, I'm a bad person. It's because of how I've been treated by not just Israelis, but American Israel Firsters who claim to represent Israel. Like it's been their actions that have made me not want to visit, not the state, not the country, not the people there, their actions. I look at certain countries like Saudi Arabia and Dubai and even like Azerbaijan. And I know Azerbaijan works with Israel in some extent, but in general, it's like, I've just watched UFC events there, and everybody that I know a Jewish friend of mine who went to Dubai, and she was like, oh my gosh, it's amazing. Nobody cares that I'm Jewish or American. Everybody's nice. It's clean. My Jewish friend wanted to literally move to Dubai because it was so much nicer than even nice American cities. So it's like my travel plans are more based on like, is it a safe place to go? And a lot of these Muslim countries, some of them are terrible, but a lot of them are really starting to become very safe. The same way El Salvador is becoming safe. It's like they're prioritizing safety in clean cities, and America's not. Israel's a safe city, I think. The way they treat everybody, I just don't like how they treat everybody and me. So, it's like, and the only reason I ever said anything about all those stuff was because of America, not Israel. I wasn't talking about the war. I never told Israel what they could do or what land they should have. I just simply was defending my own country against donors the same way a good Israeli would do so in Israel. If there was American donors who are paying Netanyahu and politicians over there hundreds of millions of dollars to pass speech laws for America and for America to do things against Israeli interests, a good Israeli would want to disagree and speak about it. Imagine if you were an Israeli and an American Israeli billionaire was giving hundreds of millions of dollars to your favorite politicians in order to get them to do things for America and pass speech laws for America and pass anti-boycott laws for America. And you said, I'm an Israeli. I disagree with this because I don't think Israelis should have to pass American speech laws. And your media started calling you an anti-American, and they said that you hated Christians and you hated white people and you were just so hateful. Would that make you like America anymore? Or would that make you think that your country was controlled by America and that the entire matrix was turning against you because you were right about a certain topic? Like, it's so obvious. So I say all that to say this: the same way calling everybody racist didn't help race relations, calling everyone anti-Semitic has not helped that either. But it's not because everybody's just waking up super hateful. A lot of people have been isolated, lied about, and all you have to do is watch that video of Charlie being called an anti-Semite and him complaining about being called an anti-Semite. If they're willing to call a pro-Israel person an anti-Semite, they're willing to call everyone an anti-Semite. That's like calling everyone a racist. How is that going to make people like you or want to visit your country or want to support you? Like, when you're just constantly belittling them, bad-mouthing them, hating them. And if you listen to my live streams, when I talk about this stuff, you'll have certain people will say, Anomaly's so hateful. Anomaly's this. I've never told Israel what to do. I've never said you can't do this or that. It's all in people's heads. I literally say, I don't agree with these speech laws, and they think I'm saying something else. It's like the lack of awareness is so not there that they end up gatekeeping things that don't even make sense. And then they wonder why everybody thinks that they're working together in some way or they're in cahoots. Because it's like, if I say, I'll give you an example. On Instagram, I made a video because Joel Pollack lied about what Tucker said. Tucker said the American Jewish Committee suggested Charlie Kirk was a dangerous anti-Semite. The American Jewish Committee is an actual verified group that literally talked about Charlie Kirk and said that he was pushing dangerous anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. It's factual. Joel Pollack lied about what Tucker said, who's a Jewish journalist for, Breitbart. I guess he's like the senior editor. And he said, oh, Tucker says that they're saying the American Jewish community. He didn't say community. He said committee, which is an actual group. Doesn't include you. Tucker's not talking about you. He's not talking about anything about you. He's talking about a specific group that has a specific name. It would be like if you talked about some Baptist Christian group and you named the group and said they were doing something, and I lied about it, messed up the name, and then defended them and said, we're not working together. It's weird activity. It's like, why are you lying on behalf of a separate group that you claim you have nothing to do with? Why are you twisting Tucker's words in order to provide a blanket shield for a group that's calling Charlie Kirk basically a dangerous anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist, roughly paraphrasing? Because they were just saying that Charlie and Meghan were pushing baseless conspiracy theories that were going to raise anti-Semitism. Like, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, I make a video about that. And I just factually said, Joel Pollack, the senior editor at Breitbart, he misquoted Tucker Carlson in order to make what he said look anti-Semitic, but what Tucker said is literally provable. That's all I said. I had certain, not all, because some people get it, but I had certain Jewish people and Israelis flooding my comments being like, oh, you just hate Jews. Oh, you're just so anti-Semitic. Oh, this and that. So now Joel Pollack lied to defend this group and pretend like it never happened. And now you're lying to smear a video I made that's proving that. Why are you all working together? I'm not saying you're literally working together, but it's like you're all lying in unison. And then people say you're lying in unison. And then you say it's the most anti-Semitic thing you've ever heard. Like, why are you doing that? That group has a right to say what they want about Charlie Kirk. Tucker has a right to say that they said it. Joel Pollack has a right to lie about it, misquote him, and pretend like it never happened. And then you have a right to come in my comment section and say I'm being hateful when I'm literally doing journalism. But everybody realizes that it's coming across very weird and very fake. People don't like weird and fake. So it's like, if you really want to stop people from noticing or saying certain things, like, at what point do you have any self-awareness and self-accountability how you're treating people? When I grew up, some of the nicest people to me were Jewish. I know so many good Jewish people. I will never, ever let the actions of some make me dislike an entire country or group of people. I don't. I've had more good experiences in the real world with Jewish people than I've had bad experiences. Most of my experiences in real life are fantastic. Nicest family to me growing up was Jewish. They take me on vacation. They were super cool, really nice to me, really respectful. Friends, growing up, everybody was cool. It wasn't until I started doing news reporting that just the most obnoxious people from around the world, they're the ones annoying me. It's never been people that I actually met. It's just like all like these organizations and groups and, nonprofits and media companies. And then the people that then defend them, like I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about them. Why are you defending them though? It's like, it becomes this like tribalistic game where, I don't know, like it didn't exist to me 8 years ago, but now it's like all I see and it's how I'm being treated. Maybe that's because I'm posting online, but I'm not going to let it make me dislike people because I don't. But just like, let's be honest about it. I would have went to Israel as a tourist 6 years ago, not on a little Knesset influencer trip to like brainwash me and probably compromise me, but just to like, go and check it out. I probably would have. Now I don't want to go. Not because I feel any differently about people, just how I don't, if Saudi Arabian media was constantly calling me an anti-Muslim phobe 1,000 times, I wouldn't want to go there either. But they're not. I don't know. So I wouldn't go to Ukraine. I have nothing against Ukrainians, but I don't trust Zelensky. And I feel like if you oppose the war in Ukraine, I don't trust Ukraine at all. I think they've killed journalists as well. Like, it's not a safe place to go if you're critical of the government. Just being honest, nothing. I like Ukrainians, but I would not go to Ukraine right now. Not go to Israel. I definitely wouldn't go to Palestine or Gaza if there's anything even left. All right, let's see. What do I think about Hamas going door to door in Palestine, killing Palestinians that celebrated the current stop of the war? If that happened, I think it's evil. I mean, what type of good person would think that that's okay? I think that's evil. Here's my question about Hamas. This is the only question I have. With the technology of Israel, with how Israel has gone into Iran and Lebanon and the precision that they have, and the fact that Palestine hasn't really had an election in like 20 years, and the fact that there's news reports that said that the election that elected Hamas was basically forced upon them, that Israel had a hand in making that election happen because they wanted them to elect new leadership. I don't know that they wanted Hamas to win, but I would never defend them. I know some people online are, but I don't have enough evidence to defend a group like that. I only have evidence, or at least stories, of all the evil stuff that they're doing. But it's like, I feel like if Israel can level their entire situation and they could take out Lebanon with pagers and Hezbollah and stuff, it's like, I'm supposed to believe that Hamas out-tricked them for 20 years. I mean, maybe it's definitely possible, but I would like to know like who the leadership is and if they're being bankrolled by other countries, or at least like allowed to be there by other countries. I guess I don't really know how to say it, but it's just like, I find it really and I think Charlie said this, so I don't know. It just seems really difficult to believe that a country that could stop like missiles traveling at crazy speeds had like a multi-hour security lapse where hand gliders got through and massacred thousands of people. I know it happened. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I know it happened. I'm just saying, like, some people think it was a stand down. Other people think like, I don't know what it was, but I just like the mainstream narrative of like what most Republican media says. It's just like hard to follow, because it's like, if you go to the origins of Hamas, how did they even get there? Who forced the election that allowed them to get there? And then they just stayed there for 20 years, and now it's the fault of a 10-year-old because them. Like, none of it really adds up to me. I'm not saying that, like, I don't think anything good about Hamas, but I just don't know how they've been allowed to get there. I don't know why a 10-year-old's responsible for what they're doing. And if they're going door to door killing people, then that's super evil. I don't like, what else is there to really say? It's like ISIS and Al Qaeda. I think ISIS is evil. I think Al Qaeda is evil, but I also think America, worked indirectly or directly with Al Qaeda. I think Al Qaeda sucks. I think they're horrible. But there's evidence that Al Qaeda was trying to overthrow Syria while America was trying to overthrow Syria. So the Al-Qaeda and America at one point had similar goals to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. I don't know that I believe that America has no idea what they're doing. I think every story needs a boogeyman, and sometimes, either America works with one or creates one, funds one. I don't really know how to say it because you're like not supposed to say this, but I've done reporting for 10 years. The evidence to me looks like America was working with Al-Qaeda. It sickens me to say that, but it's like we're overthrowing Bashar al-Assad. They're overthrowing Bashar al-Assad. They're the boogeyman to want to go into these countries. But like Tulsi Gabbard used to say this too before she got into her position. She said, the evidence proves that America is funding weapons to rebel groups, and the rebel groups are Al-Qaeda. And all the proof that you need for this sort of stuff too is what was the leader of Syria, right? This time last year, he was a wanted terrorist with a bounty. It's a fact. The bounty dropped when he became president in December. So this guy went from Al-Qaeda terrorist to rebel to president, but he was still known as a terrorist for America. There was still a wanted poster about him last year. Now that he's the president who works with America, who works with the CIA, who meets with Marco Rubio, who's working with the West, now that this former Al-Qaeda leader is the president of Syria, what does the media say about him? They call him a rebel. From rebel to leader. He was in Al-Qaeda. The rebel groups were always terrorists. America worked with the rebel groups. It's just when you're fighting someone, you call them a terrorist. When you're working with someone, you call them a rebel. And, most people don't know this because most media is controlled. Even if you go on CNN and MSNBC, you think it's so different because, they are insane. But if you listen to like the Jake Tappers and the foreign policy experts on these networks, they're not that different from the people on Fox News because it's a control system, fake left versus right. They're both extremely crazy on those topics. And then they all have a very similar foreign policy because they're all basically, like having similar interests to the deep state. So that I don't even like talking about this stuff because I feel like it's so deep that you're not really supposed to. But, just like I think Al-Qaeda is evil. I think ISIS is evil. I think Hamas is evil. They're all evil. But there seems to be evidence that America doesn't really hate Al-Qaeda leaders as much as they claim to, because as soon as one becomes president, all of a sudden he's a lot better than, they like him better than the last guy. And like, I think Israel's really smart, really technologically savvy. And I think that they could really do a lot of things, especially in like smaller countries. They were able to take out Hezbollah with pagers. They were able to, precision strike Iran. They were able to literally demolish all of Gaza, essentially. You're telling me they can't beat this group that has the technology of paragliding? It's possible. Maybe they hide in tunnels and they're really hard to beat, like the Taliban. I'm not saying it's impossible. The Taliban, was very persistent. Like persistence matters sometimes long-term in war, and you can't beat, certain leaders. But I could be wrong, but in order to do anything, you need a story and you need a boogeyman. So for like America, we were fighting ISIS in Syria and making no progress. During Obama's administration, we're fighting ISIS. Trump got in, defunded a multi-billion-dollar CIA program, and all of a sudden he took out almost all of ISIS. And then ISIS regained ground. Like, I don't know. I think America and Israel has a lot of technology. So I feel like the first term, Trump actually wanted to get rid of ISIS. So he did very quickly. But the difference was trying, like wanting to. So I'll let you figure out what you think, because I don't really care. But it's like if you're watching Fox News or Newsmax or Shapiro or even like Tim, like, you're buying hook, line, and sinker into like this movie plot that you're just assuming it's like left versus right. Yeah, there's some left versus right. Some of it's real, some of it's fake. Some of it is like we do have differences. There is a deep state. Same with Trump. He's doing some things that are different, but for the most part, there's a reason he's endorsing Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham and Trump have the same donors and puppet masters. That's why Trump's endorsing Lindsey Graham. He's not that different. You don't have to like Russia. You could like Ukraine, but if you think Zelensky wasn't a plant, you're dumb. I don't know. You could want regime change in Venezuela, but if you don't realize the opposition leader's working with the West, she's not this organic person. She's almost definitely a plant. Like, you're just behind. And it's the same thing with these groups. Like, why is a former Al-Qaeda leader who had a bounty on him last year, why is he traveling to America? And the former CIA director Petraeus is saying he's a huge fan. I'm a huge fan. Did you get enough sleep? You're a huge fan of a former terrorist Al-Qaeda member who had a wanted poster last year, and you're just the CIA director just happens to be a huge fan. I mean, at what point do you pay attention as a patriot, as a Republican, and realize what's going on here? So, everybody in America hated Al-Qaeda for the last 2 decades because we were told that they did 9/11. But then as soon as one becomes the president of Syria, everybody forgets about it. They're on to ISIS. They're on to Hamas. I'm not saying they're all exactly the same, but it's like, dude, there's a reason the elites think that you're cattle. There's a reason they think that you're animals. If you don't want to be treated like an animal, stop acting like an animal. It's like people are walking around on all fours going moo, 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 and then they wonder why they're getting wrangled into a vaccine clinic or forced masked at their job. Stop mooing. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just giving you the brutal truth. It's like people act like cattle and then they get treated like cattle. At what point do you figure this stuff out? If you didn't even notice that everything they told you about Al-Qaeda and then what happened in Syria recently, like why are you over what Al-Qaeda, like why are you over the whole Al-Qaeda thing? They did 9/11. Why are you over it? Because the news told you to be over it. First it was Al-Qaeda, then it was ISIS, then it was Hamas. You do what the news tells you to do. Moo, moo. What did you think about Hamas 5 years ago? You probably didn't even think about them. What did you think about ISIS 10 years ago? You didn't even know who they were. What did you think about Al-Qaeda? Like, you think what they tell you to think. And then they move the pendulum and you don't even realize it. It's like Al-Qaeda did 9/11. An Al-Qaeda member was wanted until December. He became the president, and then a former CIA director had him come to America and said, I'm a big fan. Moo! Nothing's ringing a bell there? Should we put a bell on people? Ding, 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 like a cow? Come on. I mean, what's the point of me even talking about this stuff? Risking my life? Not saying that it's necessarily I'm fine. I'm just saying it's like talking to a bunch of cows. Not you guys are cows, but you get what I'm saying. It's just like, what's the point? People want to act like animals. Who am I to stop them? If you can't figure out what's going on in 2025, an anomaly live stream is irrelevant. There's nothing to really say. Hold on. I'm gonna just there's too much sun coming in. I'm turning like Casper White because of the light. There we go. That's better. I'll read a few more questions because I have the motivation today, but I also have to pee. So just letting you guys know, dreamwear.com. We got these. If you just joined, Made in America, you already know. Check them out. I already did my spiel earlier. Oh, I'm glad somebody thinks it's funny. Oh, Sarah, thank you for the God bless hat in the that's pretty cool. Sarah's got the God bless hat on. That's tight. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. Someone said we did, didn't we? Our government? I don't know what you're referring to because I've been talking. I'm sonophobic, yeah. Someone said, how do you not see the point, Anomaly? It's so important that you speak. We hear you. Trust me. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not important. I guess, I don't know. I've been doing this for a while, so I gotta just find my passion in it and I'll be fine. Marla, thank you so much. I appreciate you over the years, Marla. Obviously, always grateful that you tune in. Have I seen the movie Postal? I have not. Wait, what does it say? Where do I see the country in 5 years? Let me start with being humble and saying I don't think my predictions matter because, like, I didn't see the lockdown coming. I mean, I guess I thought maybe something dystopian would happen, but it's like they could throw a curveball at you like that. It's like, oh, Trump's in office and now we're living in a Contagion movie, So it's like any of my predictions are out the window, like pretty easily if something like that happens. But I guess I'm going to do a long-winded response. Let me start with this. This part of my job, I do think is important. I do think it's a numbers game. There's a lot of things that they would do if they could do, and that's the good and bad part about Trump. The good part is he's better than Biden on a lot of topics. The bad part is Trump is so trusted that Trump can do things that most people couldn't do, and he can make it seem MAGA. Like he's a total socialist. He's a total deep state shill at this point. I do think he closed the border, and I do think his immigration policies are better, but he's always got some new tricks up his sleeve that I think are retarded. But anyway, it's a numbers game. It's like if most people knew what they knew now at the beginning of the pandemic, and most people had the knowledge that they had after the pandemic, before the pandemic, they never would have been able to do that to us. So you don't even need like 50%. Like you need like 20%, 30% of people to just not be retarded. So with all that being said, I do think like with the future, like if you look at what they do overseas, I think a lot of that they would do here if they could do here. The reason I talk about the speech law so much, I think if they could criminalize anti-Semitism like they do in Germany, they would do it in America in a second. They just can't. It matters how, like now it's going to be very difficult to do because of the public perception, but it's like, it's all a numbers game. So, whether it's Oracle or Palantir or the grid or this or that, it's all really the same game. And people could argue till the cows come home about certain other stuff, but it's like, are enough people going to completely fold to it? Or is there going to be a significant amount that says no, that makes it impossible for these people? And then they have to back off a little bit. So to me, that's the push and pull of the future. Because I have no doubt that the control system is restricting on us as far as like what they have on everybody, the data, the ability, AI, all that sort of stuff. But the question is like, how many Americans will be aware of it and will not just, put up with it in the sense of like, be like the type of person that like watches Jimmy Kimmel. It's like, yeah, that's true. Like there's levels to who's awake and not, but I think there's different topics where you just need like 30%, 40%, 50%. The more you have, the better. But I think looking at what they do to other countries, I do think that's kind of like a good idea of what they want to do here. And I'm not trying to scare people, but it's like, they did all these pharmaceutical experiments in Africa and third world nations, and then they did a pharmaceutical experiment on us. So they did, they do it there when they can get away with it, which is super messed up. And then they did it to America in a different way, which is super messed up. What do they do with war overseas? Blow up pagers, drone strike people. Everyone's droning now. It's not just like, everyone has drones. Russia and Ukraine is like a drone war now at this point. I don't think it was when it first started, but now it is. So it's like, did Ukraine kill a few journalists? I believe so. Did Israel kill hundreds of journalists? I think so. I'm not saying they're going to do that here, or Ukraine's going to do that here, or America's going to do that here. But I think once things become normalized in countries that we're funding and supporting, it's a numbers game where it's like, I don't know. I think enough people have to care and pay attention to what's going on, because a lot of countries are like super desperate. And I think they're not viewing things the same way America are viewing things. Americans that believe Democrats are dumb, but Americans that believe Trump, they think we're not at war. Trump deserves a Nobel Prize. We're a peace country. We're not at peace. We're at war with Russia. We're at war with Venezuela. We're at semi-war with Iran. We're at war with Israel and Palestine, like involved in their war. And Trump is, knocking on the door of China, but I wouldn't call it a war because we're both diplomacy is pretty good between us and China, but there's something there as well. But there's actual literal war and people dying and drone strikes happening all the time. It's just they don't tell you because nobody would want to do that. So it's like we're not at war. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're at war and journalists are getting killed and people are getting killed, Ukrainians who are watching their family die, they're not thinking about this like the brainwashed foxtard who's watching Fox News and Sean Hannity and Jesse Waters and be like, we're not at war. Trump got a Nobel Peace Prize. It's like they're at war. We're funding their war. We're in their war. It just isn't reaching your land. But like I said, other countries don't view it that way because they're viewing it as we are at war. America's on our side. You know, they better help us or else we're going to die. Like there's big stakes here. So like I said, I can't prove this and I'm not necessarily trying to like start a new theory, but what happened with that whole Tennessee weapons plant? Maybe it just exploded, right? Weapons are explosive. So there's a possibility something just went off. What type of weapons were being made there? To be honest, I can't say I've like really deep dove on this because for the same reason I've told you guys now, I'll deep dive if I'm really going to do like a reporting piece on it, but I already know the plot. I already know the story. All the subplots are irrelevant when you know the big picture. And I just think for sure, I'm not going to say I'm 100% sure because I haven't done that level of research, but if you look at what weapons were basically at the facility in Tennessee that exploded and killed a few people, that story got swept under the rug immediately. It could have just went off. It could have been a mistake. We could have got drone. It could have been a precise drone strike from an enemy. And people are like, no, it couldn't have been. How do you know? We've done this. We've helped Russia. We've helped Ukraine, drone strike Russia. We've helped Israel kill a lot of people. We've literally attacked Iran with a precision strike. So you think we're going to be able to attack Russia, attack Iran, fund the destruction of an entire nation, and just sit back and say, oh, we're not really doing it because they tell you that on Fox News? Like, you got to be an idiot. Like, we are doing all that stuff. We have funded multiple wars. We have done precision strikes, not just against small countries that can't do anything. We're doing it against Russia, which is a very powerful country, and even Iran, that's a way bigger country than like Palestine. So what do you think the chances that they could precise strike us? It's not zero. I'm not saying it necessarily happened, but you get what I'm saying? It's like people are so dumb. They just think, oh, Trump, he's saving the world. We're completely safe because nobody would ever do. Okay, if you say so. I mean, I hope so. I definitely want things to fizzle down. And I think America has a strong country where, you know, a country wouldn't want to like attack us too hard because I think we might retaliate. So like, I would like to think our Department of Defense is really strong and tough and scary, but I don't know. We're poking a lot of bears, and just like everyone else, I hope Trump could stop it because no American that goes to work 9 to 5 is thinking like, you know, what I really want is this in Russia and this in China. It's like, bro, I don't care about China. You know what I'm saying? Like, figure out a deal, work with them, don't work with them. My life doesn't revolve around China, Iran, and Russia, and neither does anyone's in America. Most Americans are wondering, how am I going to feed my kids? How am I going to go to work? What am I going to do? Am I going to get to do this? Is my daughter and son going to grow up in a country that doesn't completely suck? Is my neighborhood getting overrun and becoming super dangerous? That's what everybody cares about in this country. Nobody gives a shit. Like, the only people that care about other countries are usually on behalf of other countries, because it's like, yeah, I get the geopolitics. It could affect us. But in the reality, it's like, bro, there's always going to be something to fight about. Always. Either you figure it out or you stop fighting. It's like a grown man. Do you want to beef with another guy for 50 years? You look like an idiot. It's like you got 40-year-olds beefing with each other. Bro, either be friends or hate each other. But at the end of the day, it's like you got to stop thinking about each other and just move on with your life. Like, any guy that's like fighting with other guys all the time, it's like there's nothing like heroic about it. Unless you're a UFC fighter or something and it's your job. It's like, bro, grow up. You don't have better things to do? It's like criminals that are doing all this stuff and they're hanging out in the streets. It's like, bro, get a job. You know what I'm saying? Contribute to society, and then you probably won't feel that way. That's like the whole world. So I hope there's peace. I want to see peace. I would like it to get to that point, but we're not there now. We're just not. I'm gonna read one or two more. Sorry, this sun's in my eyes. I'm gonna read one or two more, and then I'm gonna leave. So make them good. If there's super chats, I'll read those. If there's not, I'll just read the best comments. So it's up to you guys. Let me look. And then thank you guys for hanging out. Every time I take a break from live streaming, it's really, for some reason, it's like hard for me to come back and do it again. I can't really explain it, but it's like not just being rusty. It's straight up like, I don't know. I just like, I get like anxiety a little bit. Like just like going away for so long, then coming back, it's always done weird things. But I had the energy now today. I had the motivation. So I did a really long one. I'm working on doing shorter ones, more digestible ones, and ones that aren't this long. But I have a lot on my mind, so I wanted to get it all out there. Because at the end of the day, too, it's like I understand that there's always going to be liberals and conservatives that lie about you and say things that you're not saying. The thing about the long live stream is, yes, most people won't listen to them all, and it might not get 1 million views because it's so long. But when it's all said and done, and just now in general, what I said is public. If I really thought all these terrible, hateful things or whatever, I wouldn't want to go live for 3.5 hours because it's hard to be fake for long periods of time. It's hard to like make up stuff and pretend like you're saying something you're not for a long period of time. I like long live streams. I didn't have a script today. I had ideas that I want to talk about, but it's like I got a lot on my mind and I'm able to just tell people exactly what I'm thinking. I don't think anything else besides what I said. If I thought it, I would just say it. I don't care at this point. I do want to say this too. The whole group chat thing. I'm not a perfect person. I'm not acting like I don't have fun or whatever, but to me, like group chats aren't fun. So I'm not trying to be like preachy and douchey to people, but like, dude, don't be in group chats with your coworkers. Don't be in group chats with friends of friends. Don't be in political group chats. Like there's nothing to gain out of it. You know what I'm saying? These are not your friends. You know who your friend is. How long have you known them? Friends of friends are not your best friend. Coworkers are not your best friend. Some of them are, but not 8. If you trust somebody in your coworker, it's not going to be 8 people. It's not going to be 6 people. It's not going to be 4 people. It's going to be like 2. Okay. So group chats are retarded. Stay out of group chats. Don't say stuff in group chats and understand. And like I said, I'm not telling people like you have an American right to be yourself and say what you want. But at the end of the day, like just understand how the world works, where it's like, if you're in a position of prominent power, why are you like trying to be edgy to like 7 people you barely even know? Like, what's the point of that? You know what I'm saying? It's like a venting of like, oh, I'm going to tell jokes and I'm going to say this. Like, bro, these people don't like you. You know what I'm saying? It's been 6 years now. I don't do group chats. Hey, you want to be on our volleyball team? Get in a group chat. You want to play kickball? Get in a group chat. You want to do this? Get in a group chat. Dude, I got a group chat. I don't do group chats. I told everyone, get me out of the group chat. Never put me in a group chat. I don't want to be in the group chat. Don't want to talk in the group chat. First of all, I work off my phone. I don't want notifications all day. I'm OCD. When I look at a chick's phone and she's got like 1,000 notifications, I get stressed out. I'm like, how do you have 57 missed calls? How do you have 7,000 comments? Like messages. So if the hot chick is not texting you back, folks, it's because she's a Jezebel and she's got 1,000 texts she's not texting back. It's not just you. Every guy she meets, she's blowing off. So jokes aside, not really, but it's like I don't like notifications. Also, I don't want to say things I don't mean. If I talk on the phone or I talk in a text, I'm saying what I mean, and I say things people say in a group chat publicly, but I word it properly to make sure I'm actually being honest. I don't need to like say something I don't mean to 7 people I don't know that because I'm trying to be funny. It's like, bro, I'm good on all that. So just watch out, folks. I'm not telling people not to have fun or make jokes. It's just like your 8 coworkers are not your friend. 8 people in politics are not your friend. 90% of people in politics are not your friend. Find the ones you do like and trust and talk to them. Don't talk to everybody. That's my opinion. Do I think Candace Owens is AI? I've met Candace Owens, so I know for a fact she's not AI, unless she's like a highly advanced one that looks like a humanoid. Candace is not AI. I mean, I don't know if she's making new videos or something, but I've met Candace years ago. I met Candace at Daily Wire when she worked there. I was on her show one time. She's a real person. You don't have to like her or agree with her views, or you might like her, but I don't think everyone's AI. I'm sure there are people popping up that are AI like in the last year, as far as like, there's AI videos and stuff. Most of them are faceless, but I'm pretty sure Candace is not AI. But if you want to think she is or something, unfortunately, that's like a new problem that people have to deal with. Like, Candace is not AI. So someone thinks Ian Carroll's AI too. I've never met Ian in person, but I know people who have. So I would guess Ian is not AI either. I feel like I get, like, I'm not trying to like tell people not to think certain things, but Candace and Ian are not AI. Whether you like them or trust them, that's on you. Maybe you like their style, maybe you don't. But like bugging out thinking they're AI is probably not the play. With that being said, I get it. There's going to be AI people that do pop up. I just don't think it's going to be Ian and Candace personally. But someone said her shows could be. I would almost guarantee that they're not. But if you want to think that, knock yourself out. I get the thought. I just don't think you're right about her. With that being said, like there's gonna be AI people that do pop up. So I'm not gonna, knock yourself out thinking it. People have thought, like, not people, but like 5 people have like thought, or like one person has thought I was AI like 4 years ago. I was like, bro, I'm not AI, but who am I to stop you from having a good time? Hold on 1 second. I wanted to get where did that thing go? I just had a good comment that I wanted to read. I missed it though. Sorry. My take on the New York election. Anomaly, why do you think they're preparing military civil unrest? I don't know, but I don't, after event 201 and Trump's flu vaccine executive order, I don't trust it. It could be just against the George Floyd sort of thing. It could be something else, but I don't trust Trump. What do I think of the New York election? Mom Donnie, I'm gonna say this to the people that are like really like anti-Zionist, where they like Mom Donnie because they think he's gonna like fight Israel or something or whatever, stand up to Israel. I think Mom Donnie is a total nothing burger. Like, I think he's a phony. I think he's fake. I think he talks like Vivek Obama. I think he's gonna cave to the establishment, and I don't think he's gonna do anything. So like the whole appeal, I think, to him to some right wingers would be like he's not controlled by Israel, which is impressive in a political climate where everyone seems to be controlled by Israel, or most people. But I don't even think, like, I think all the anti-establishment things he claims to do, I don't think he's going to do anything. He's going to be like AOC. AOC is their useful tool. She could say a little bit, but she doesn't really have any hardline stances. So I think Mom Donnie, I think his policies suck. I don't care about his foreign policy because he's not running he's not a national leader. He's going to be like the mayor. I think taxing people more is retarded. I get why he's going to win. They shouldn't have ran Cuomo. But I don't like Mom Donnie. I think Cuomo is an idiot and an establishment shill. So I find it insane that the counter to Mom Donnie was Cuomo. Like, what are Democrats doing? And now you have all these Zionist influencers, like hot girls for Cuomo. Like, they're trying to make Cuomo a thing so hard. It's like, good luck. And Curtis Sliwa kind of sounds retarded to me. I don't know. Like, I would probably, if I was in New York, I'd vote for Curtis Sliwa, I guess. But he just sounds like goofy to me. I don't know. He doesn't, I can't take him seriously. He just sounds like he's just like he sounds like a grandpa just trying to have fun. He's like, it's like, bro, you're not going to win. Like, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? You're just trying to like get famous or something? I don't know. I guess, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of any of them, but I would probably vote for Sliwa. With that being said, like, here's my question, because no matter what Mom Donnie's foreign policy is, I would say I would never vote for him because his domestic policy is so bad. So I don't trust him. I don't like him. And I think his style of leadership is going to be horrific on crime, horrific on taxes, horrific on business. Like, everything he thinks is terrible. Outside of a few ideas I heard Mom Donnie say that were good. Besides that, I think like most of them are bad. So I would never vote for him. But here's what I want to ask. And I'm not trying to like make everything about this, but it is the truth. Like I'm looking at all these like Bill Ackman, Emily Austin, a lot of the like Bill Ackman's a donor. I think he's donating to Cuomo or don't like whatever. He's running it against Mamdani. I think he wants Cuomo to win, right? I get it. Cuomo's more moderate than Mamdani, right? Hot girls for Cuomo. I don't think it's gonna stick. That's a little weird from Emily or whatever. And I don't know her. I'm just like watching a lot of these pro-Israel people. They're like going so hard for Cuomo. This is my question, and it's not a rhetorical question. It is a real question because I don't know the answer, although I do have an idea of what I think. If Mamdani was as socialist and communist and horrible as he is right now, right? Same exact domestic policy. But he was pro-Israel and he said, I'm going to defend Israel. And Sliwa and, Cuomo, their domestic policy was conservative, but they were against Netanyahu. Would they be donating or spending so much time and energy endorsing Cuomo? Because for me, I don't really care about their foreign policy. They're a mayor. I would never vote for Mamdani. I don't care what his foreign policy is. But that's my question to these people. Because it's like, I get why you would like Cuomo over Mamdani. But does it have to do with Cuomo's domestic policies? Because they're not good anyway. And I think Cuomo was on some sort of like legal counsel for Netanyahu. Like Cuomo is a total Zionist. He's a total puppet. To me, I don't know for sure, but it's like, I think if Mamdani was pro-Israel and Cuomo is anti-Israel, I don't know that they would be caring so much about getting Mamdani out there. I think they're like terrified of the fact that he's like one of the only mayors that's not pro-Israel. And I think, New York City is a huge city. So that's like very shocking. With all that being said, like, I don't care about Mamdani. I think he sucks. And it doesn't matter like what he says he's going to do because he's not going to do anything. He says he's going to arrest Netanyahu if he comes to New York. No, he's not. He's definitely not going to do that. So, I think he's kind of just a big talker. He gets in. Kathy Hochul and Pelosi will wrangle him up like AOC, and then he'll be another AOC. He'll just be an annoying, fake Obama wannabe, and he'll probably do as much socialism as he can, and it'll suck. But here's the thing, like, I think Trump is better than Mamdani, but Trump is also a socialist. Like, people think Trump is not a socialist or something. Trump is doing Trump RX. He's working with Marxist Cuban on that. He's acquiring parts of technology companies and chip companies to fight China or whatever. Trump is also like a socialist. Trump did Operation Warp Speed was socialist. The CARES Act was socialist. Trump checks was socialist. I don't like Mamdani. I would never vote for Mamdani. I don't like Cuomo. I couldn't vote for Cuomo. I don't think Cuomo's moderate or worth it. I think he's garbage. I think he's a terrible candidate. I get why Mamdani's going to win because he's more interesting and funny than Chris Cuomo, and he's something new. But then it's like you got a bunch of these Republicans that are like against socialism, but Trump's doing socialism and they never say anything. So I'm sorry for that long answer, but like it's all just a joke. It's all this one bit. It's like one big joke. Watching Sliwa, Mamdani, Cuomo's like a little corrupt cornball who's like, he comes across really Italian, but he's a piece of garbage. Mamdani sounds like Obama already. His voice is already changing. He hasn't even gotten in office. And Sliwa sounds like your drunk uncle at like the 4th of July. Like he's just like, as I wouldn't even say aesthetically, but like energetically, Sliwa's like kind of like a clown. I'd vote for him, I guess. I don't really pay attention because I don't live in New York, but you get what I'm saying? It's just such a joke. They're all jokes, but Sliwa would probably do the best job of leading, but he's not going to win. Cuomo is a piece of garbage. They should have never ran him. Mamdani's a clown. And all the anti-socialist Republicans don't say anything when Trump does socialism because nobody actually cares about anything that they say. You know who cares about what they talk about? Ron Paul, Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and a few people I follow on Twitter. Everyone, like, it's It's an industry of jokers and jesters and liars and actors and failed Hollywood actors that now can act and take donor money. Like this isn't what people think it is at all. And then it's like, if you take money, all the media defends you and makes you into a star. And then if you don't take money, all the people taking money then use the power of mainstream Republican media to act like you're the one taking money. It's like nearly every Republican is taking money from AIPAC. Thomas Massie and Marjorie aren't. For years, their only narrative was you're an anti-Semite. Now they just start saying Qatar, Qatar, Qatar. That was never a thing for. And I don't care. You could say whatever you want. Say like any foreign lobbying and control is not good. But think about why Qatar becomes a mainstream conversation. Who is America's two probably biggest allies? I mean, Saudi Arabia, there's a lot of allies, but who are two really important ones in the Middle East? Qatar, Israel. Israel, I don't have to tell you why it's an important ally, and I don't have to tell you how central it is to the American foreign policy. They're number one. Qatar lets us have an air base, so that's massive. To allow the United States to have an air base and a military base in Qatar is a huge benefit to America. And if you listen to the difference between Mark Levin and Trump, not saying you can't have differences, Trump likes Qatar. Trump doesn't dislike Qatar. Trump wants Qatar as an ally, and Trump wants Israel as an ally. But Israel and people that basically, like Israel a lot, like almost identical, they don't like Qatar, and they don't want America to like Qatar so much, right? The same way a lot of people that are critical of Zionism don't want America to be an ally of Israel. I'm once again not playing moral high ground in the situation. I'm just painting the picture as to why you're hearing about Qatar now and you didn't hear about it 3 years ago. It's because Israel doesn't want America to be so close to Qatar, but America doesn't want to leave Qatar because they have a military base there, and they see no reason. Like Qatar didn't really do anything to them in their opinion. Even Trump feels that way. So it's like, Israel attacked they attacked a base in Qatar saying they were going after Hamas. And then if you ask people from Qatar, like, why are certain Hamas officials in Qatar, they'll tell you Israel and America told us to bring them there to negotiate peace. So that's what I'm saying about all this stuff too. It's like, let's just say you hate Putin. Are you going to regime change him or are you going to work with him? At a certain point, it's one of the two. With Hamas, dude, I don't care. Like, if they want to regime change Hamas, okay, get on with it and then leave the country alone. If they want to negotiate with them, that's on them. But you have certain people, even in Trump's administration, they want to take out Hamas, and they have to a huge extent, but I don't think Trump really gives a shit. I just think he wants to end the war in some cases. So it's like, it's not like Hamas just randomly got to Qatar for no reason. Israel and America asked them to host them because they were doing negotiations throughout the last decade or so. I don't run the Middle East. I don't give a shit who runs what. I don't even know who the president of Qatar is. I only know about Netanyahu because he's in the news all the time. I don't think much about Hamas in the sense of, like, if another group ran Palestine, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Replace them, vote them out. I don't care. But the narrative people are receiving in the media versus what's really happening, it's not the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, Trump doesn't want to do, I don't think, everything Israel wants him to do. And he's putting Trump in a really shitty situation because it's like, trying to abandon a different ally, which Trump likes, and they've done good to Trump. But at the same time, I don't know that Trump has any leverage. Like, what leverage? And I don't know if you're allowed to say this or if you're supposed to say this, but like, what leverage do you think Trump has? Look at every aspect of Trump. Well, how much money has he taken in donors from that entity? Hundreds of millions, perhaps billions. I don't even know how to add it up. Which media companies are really even on his side? Which media companies aren't just pushing out more propaganda for that country than that own country? There's multiple news organizations in Israel that do a better journalistic job on Israel than American publications. I would say, if you want a counter argument to what you're hearing on Fox News, I'm not saying it's true, but if you want to hear both sides of the story, Haaretz does, which is the oldest Israeli publication ever. They're the oldest ones in Israel, the first ones. They're more critical of Israel than Fox, Newsmax, Daily. Like, they'll talk about the Hannibal Directive. They'll talk about other stuff. So, I'm not saying you have to believe it, but if you want to get both sides of the equation, you'll learn a lot more than if you're just believing what like Fox and Newsmax say. Because it's like, bro, that might as well just be Israeli propaganda at this point. I don't think they have anybody that challenges anything on there ever. I don't know if you're even, I don't know, but it's like they're running ads right now saying Charlie loved Israel. Charlie loved Israel. Okay. That's just a weird ad to get in my feed. Like I keep getting Newsmax feeds where they're like, Charlie was okay. All right. Why is this being advertised to me by an American media? Like okay. Do you think that's going to make me click or something and you want traffic? So yeah, the whole everyone's working for Qatar narrative is coming from people who are loyal to a foreign nation, and that foreign nation wants to isolate Trump and our, military departments from Qatar, even though they don't want to. Me, I don't work for these people, so I'm just talking about it. I'm not, it's not up to me of how to finesse that situation, but Israel's putting America in a pickle with Qatar, and America doesn't have any leverage over it. And there's donor leverage, there's media leverage, there's technology leverage. Like the amount of companies, technology companies, security companies, companies like Oracle, companies like Palantir, what if Trump actually wanted to change stuff and all of these companies and organizations didn't want him to, what leverage would he really even have? Or like what type of negotiation would it be? Or like, how do you, I'm not saying everyone's working in unison because it's not true, but it's like, I think people, and I don't know what Trump thinks, but I think people like Trump. Let's just hypothetically say Trump wants to serve America. He's in a really tough spot, but he's, it's really hard for him to like finesse a situation between Israel and Qatar. Does Trump not know like who he hired? Does Trump not know who runs all of our companies in America? Like I don't know if he has processed this or he thinks about it or he does or doesn't. Like, I don't know. I have no idea what he knows. But to me, it's like the things that they don't want you to say, some of them are you shouldn't say, but others of them are just true and they don't want people to say it. So it's like, don't say that certain donors have dual loyalty because they do. Don't say that certain people own the media. Not every media station, but a lot of them. And it becomes this thing that Matt Walsh is figuring out. It's like when you play ball, it's all in your favor and you don't even realize it because you're just part of the machine, like the Matrix. As soon as you challenge it, you realize that everyone on your side's not even really on your side. So it's like, this is the nicest thing I could say about Trump and the most sympathetic is just like, let's just say he is a good person or he's trying to serve America. I don't think most people realize how little, like he has no power. And if he ever really tried to buck that power system, which he hasn't at this point, pray for the dawn at that point, because that's something that hasn't been done in a long, long time. And I don't think he even would want to do it, but let's just say he is that guy and he really wants to do it. That's when he'll realize how everything works. And that's when he'll realize what the Matrix really is. And that's when he'll realize how many companies, how many organizations, how many news companies, how many nonprofits, how many this, how many that, how many people he hired aren't on the same page with him, So maybe he's the one to do it. Maybe he's not. That's what's so interesting about Donald Trump. It's like, even when he's being a piece of garbage, even when he's selling out, even when he's being sneaky, even when he's being a socialist, he's just like the most interesting character because he's always like flip-flopping and doing something else and doing this. You just like never really know with the guy. With Biden, you already know what's going on. It's like he sucks. He's never going to tell the truth. What's the point of even talking to him? Because it's like, he's getting a script written by someone else and he has no thoughts of his own. Trump, definitely a good actor, definitely lying a lot, but he's just still, you're always asking yourself, you're like, is he going to do it? No. And maybe that's the genius of the character of Trump, where it's like, he always reels you back in and then throws you back out, But I do think that you have more freedom to do things if you don't take money. You have more freedom to do things if you don't become the president and surround yourself with a cabinet. Like Trump doesn't get to just like call the shots at a small business. He's running the country. He's hiring people. He's pleasing donors. It's a very stressful situation to be in. I think studying how Charlie was kind of switching and the pressure he was under, listening to Charlie in his own words, like what he was dealing with, I wouldn't say it gave me a newfound respect, because I don't know. I mean, I do respect Charlie in some ways, but I just think like, I wouldn't say I like respect people who take money and do things, but I guess I understand the gravity of the situation, and everyone plays a role and someone's got to be that guy. And I think in order to get to certain positions, you have to sacrifice a lot. And I feel like the Charlie debacle, as far as like how the right was treating him in the last 3 months, it really shows me like everything I kind of thought and more, where it's like, you could take the money, but then you're not free. You know, you can work with those people, but then you can't be yourself when you want to. Trump is way more sold out than Charlie Kirk, way more sold out. Like there's no way. Part of me thinks Trump wants to do the right thing sometimes, but I don't know. This whole, I'll say this, with Qatar and Israel and that thing, this will tell you how much power Trump has and if he really wants to like buck that horse. His donors and the people and Israel, they want the West Bank. Trump claims that he doesn't want them to have the West Bank because it'll piss off the Arab nations that Trump just did a peace deal with. If you want to know who Trump really is, because I feel like it's still out for debate to some extent, even though most people have given up on him and some people haven't, but watch the results of that. If Trump totally caves and can't do anything, he either is in on it or completely powerless. If Trump actually wants to stand up to Israel and actually wants to tell them no, and actually wants to tell his mega donors that they can't have the West Bank, you're going to see what everyone really thinks about Donald Trump. And at that point, I'm just going to say, if he goes that route, if that's even a hypothetical, pray for Donald Trump, because the amount of pressure he's going to be under after taking the money, doing everything he's done, to then tell them stop at the 2-yard line. Like they've already cleared it out. They've already done all this stuff. Like they're ready to take that. His donors want it. The country wants it. They don't give a shit about what Trump thinks. They don't care about his little base and Qatar. They don't care. They're getting that. They want it. They're letting Trump know it's not up to you. And Trump's saying, it is up to me. I don't want you to have that part. You can have that, but you can't have that. My opinion doesn't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter. Anyone else's opinion doesn't matter. Keep your eyes on that, because that will tell the whole story. If Trump really stands up to Israel and really doesn't let them have the West Bank, it's going to be very hard for Trump to do anything for the rest of his term, and pray for the guy. If he completely caves on that and he completely plays the fence and he completely says, oh, you could have it now. Okay, I changed my mind. There's one of two options. Trump's an actor and he's always been in on it, or he has no power. He's literally just a shriveled up puppet who has no power. And both of those are sad. If you like Trump, it's sad to know he's a puppet. If you don't believe him, then you think he's an actor. I don't care what people think, but that situation will determine everything, even for me, because I don't like Trump. I don't trust Trump. And, it's not my responsibility as a citizen and a voter to like figure out what's going on. Like, let's just say like Lindsey Graham. Is Lindsey Graham a sellout? Is he a tool? Is he compromised? Is he not? I don't care. I don't like him anyway. I'm not voting for someone to do corny things. I don't care why they're doing them, whether they're compromised or sold out. It doesn't matter to me. Or if they're just wrong, I still don't like it. AOC. Ilhan Omar. Is she dumb? Is she? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. She has all these ideas and domestic policies I don't like, but it's not my job to like figure out why. It's just like, if you're doing a bad job, I'm not a fan of it. That's like with Trump. We'll see. It's like, just because he takes money and has no power, it doesn't make it awesome. It makes it kind of corny, especially Trump, because he said he was so rich he didn't need anyone's money. That's what's so annoying about Trump. It's not like he was some brokey who never could have got into office without it. He lied to people. He ran on the premise, I'm so rich, I don't need their money. I don't take their money. That Trump was awesome. I don't know if it was an act or he realized he did need their money or he wanted their money because he didn't want to spend his own money. Either way, he's not that guy anymore. So, I pray for him. I wish him well. Part of me wants to believe that he really does want to do something. But I don't know. Time will tell, though. That Israel West Bank situation, I don't know what the hell, that will determine which one is right. Either he's powerless or a puppet, or he actually is America first. Then you got to pray for him. Someone said give up on Trump. I've already given up on him years ago, but the thing is, I'm just being honest, You could be like, I hate Trump. Yeah, I don't like him either. But what I just said is true. And similar to Charlie, just like with Charlie, I wasn't a fan of Charlie Kirk. I thought Charlie was a sellout. I didn't like the game he was playing for a while. But, just like with everything, Charlie was a young guy. You never know who, there's certain people that change their minds and certain people that have a change of heart. And although I don't have to like somebody or agree with their policies in some ways, I don't have to hate them and I don't have to necessarily think that they're beyond repair or something. So with Charlie, it's like, yeah, I wasn't a huge fan, but the more he started allowing people to speak at his conferences, the more he started standing up to the Israel lobby. I wasn't going to be like, I hate Charlie forever because of that. I was like, that's interesting. You don't have to like him or trust him or whatever, but I'm not, if Trump wants to do something good, he's the president for the next 3 years, whether I like it or not. I can't say I have faith in him. And even with Charlie, it's not like I sat at my computer trying to see which way Charlie went. That's on him. That's his life. That's his decisions. I'm just acknowledging it. If someone does something honorable or they do something true or they're helping, wake people up in some way, or at least using their position of power to shift it in the right direction, then I think it deserves to be complimented. You don't have to like it. And I get why. I'm sure I could have played a different role. You know what I'm saying? I could have taken money. I could have been someone like that. And you would have had the right to never like me or trust me ever because I did that at one point in my life. Everyone gets to make decisions on what they think about somebody, right? I don't think I'll ever trust Donald Trump, ever. I'll never trust him. But I hope he does something good because it only would help. So I don't trust him. I would say I've pretty much given up on believing in him, but I'm not going to sit and act like I'm God and I'm closing the door on the chances that he could ever stand up to something. Time will tell. It's definitely interesting to watch. And yeah, I would say I lean towards not believing him for sure. However, time will tell. Time is undefeated because everyone's opinions become reality or fiction at some point in due time. Someone said there's no redeeming Trump. He's complicit in genocide. You have every right to feel that way. I'm not redeeming him. I'm just speaking about the possibilities of what could and couldn't happen. Would that change his role in Israel and Palestine? Would that change his role in Operation Warp Speed? And no, it wouldn't. So, you have a right to not forgive him or not like that. So I'm not telling you to forgive him, or I'm not your pastor. I'm not God. I'm not asking for that. I'm just talking about it. Someone said, have you seen Dollar Vigilante? He's out there a bit. Yeah, I like that guy. I mean, I haven't seen all his stuff, but he's always been cool to me. And he walks with his dog and talks about stuff. I think it's I think he makes a lot of good points from what I've seen. I haven't seen all his stuff, but from what I've seen, I've liked what he said. Nothing bad to say about that guy. He's always been cool to me. And he definitely seems, tapped into the big picture. As for everything he's ever said, I don't pay attention, but I think he seems he makes a lot of good points, and he definitely big picture. I think he's, he knows what's going on. Yeah, Jeff. Yeah, he seems cool to me. I've never met him, but He's always been cool to me. He seems cool. And like I said, I've probably watched like maybe 2 or 3 of his live streams for a little bit, not the whole thing. And I like the way he talks, and he seems like he's like chilling, but he's not mincing his words. He's speaking directly what he thinks. And I can't say from what I've seen, I really disagreed with anything he said. But like I said, I don't know. I'm sure you can find a video where he's said something that I disagree with, but I haven't seen it. Someone said you must be single. I am, but I've also done long live streams when I did have a girlfriend. I just told her like, yo, you gotta, this is what pays the bills. Get in the kitchen. No, I didn't say that, but maybe that's why I'm single. But yeah, I am single. But I think, are you the guy that was like, get laid, get laid? It's like, do you think I have a trouble getting laid if I wanted to? Like, if my goal for the week was like, let me stick my thing in a woman, I don't think I'd have that much trouble, to be honest. I could probably do it tonight if I wanted to. But my goal is not just to stick my dingaling in a woman. Like, that's not like that hard to do, at least for me. I don't think, for you, maybe it's like a huge feat. Like, you go out, you get wasted. Some 4 is like so drunk she's into you. You bang her and you're like, I got laid. I stuck my dick in her. I did it. It's like you didn't discover gold or anything, bro. It's not like you're not Magellan over there. So it's like you just stuck your dick in a woman. I don't know. Is that like an accomplishment? Was she at least above like a 7? Below a 5, bro. There's nothing good about getting laid. I got laid. To what? To a whale? To a human? What would you like? What is that like? Was she like under 350 pounds? Don't worry about that. Young and I just got laid. I got laid. Okay. Like, I feel like that varies depending on like who it was with. But me personally, it's been years now. Like, I don't want to get a chick pregnant. I'm clean. I'm healthy. I don't really think of sex as like an accomplishment at this point. To me, an accomplishment would be like having a wife and making babies with the sex. But if you want to think it's like some accomplishment, that's on you. I don't know what I look like, and to be honest, like I can't, I am myself, so I just live my life. But I don't really have a problem in that department if that was my goal. And I don't know if I look like I'd have a problem or not. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I come across or what I look like to people, but I don't know. It's not really been an issue. I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world to get like the right woman to like you, but timing. Someone said I can't get laid. I'm an incel. Well, trying to make you feel better. At the end of the day, everyone can get laid. It's just some people you probably wouldn't want to. But in general, there's people out there for everyone. It's just like, I just don't think getting laid I know when you're younger, it seems super cool for sure. But like, you could have a kid out of wedlock. You could make love to the wrong chick. She could ruin your life. So it's like, the goal shouldn't be getting laid. I think even if you're like an incel, you're giving into that mentality, and like you're like writing your destiny like that. Why can't your destiny be you find an introverted girl and then you guys have babies together and you guys are weirdos together? Like, why are you an incel? I don't get it. There's like really weird looking people who, crush and get 9s and 10s and stuff. And they just like do something cool that women like comedy, music, it's like women will like sleep with a comedian that's hella ugly because she's like, you're so funny. And it's like, he's not that funny. And same with like musicians. Some of them are like, they're like 5'1". They look like gremlins, but they get like supermodels because like women are desperate for attention and money and stuff. But I don't know. Not to say you have to do that, but it's like, why are you an incel? Why not find an introverted weirdo girl, make introverted weirdo babies, and then, and then you could do that. Someone said low tier and low IQ clowning on I'm not calling myself an incel. I don't even really know what that means. I'm just saying at times in my life I thought like sex was an accomplishment, like yeah, I thought that way when I was younger. But I think when I hit like 30, I was just like, okay, I've worked hard my whole life. I've done well for myself. I'm happy. I'm healthy. I don't have a kid out of wedlock. I just, for my own personal peace, I was like, I'm not rocking that boat. So, and I've probably talked about this before, but like for me, I've experienced the other side of it where like women are really mean. Like if you want to not have sex with a chick, like especially if she's good looking, she gets really self-conscious. Like you're just having sex with other people. No, I'm not. You don't like me. Like women get really weird because they're so used to guys just wanting to bang them. But it's like, I don't know what to tell you, lady. I'm doing well. I've been broke my whole life. I'm finally a little happy and healthy. I don't want a kid out of wedlock. I want to find the right one and have babies. So it's like I don't care what you think or what you say, but I don't know. You hear all these like Me Too women that are like, he did this, he did that. Yeah, I'm sure there's some really messed up guys, and I'm sure some of them are lying. But in general, dude, women act crazy if you don't want to have sex with them. Like they're really. It's like I couldn't even do that. It's like if I did that, it would be like a problem. But if they do that, it's just like how they act. They don't care. It's like, all right, well, yeah. No, they get not all, but I literally had a girl. She like stormed out one time. It was like she's like, "You're sleeping with someone else." I was like, "No," and then she stormed out, and I was literally looking, and I was like, "Damn it, she was really hot." But it's like it's not. If someone's that crazy, what if you have sex with them and have a kid, and you don't even like them? That's 18 years, like Kanye said. It's not worth it. Someone said, Anomaly just transformed into Will Smith with his advice. I would hope. Why am I Will Smith now? What does that mean? Is that what Will Smith said? I feel like he's married, but he's like making songs about like banging chicks, and then his wife is just talking about other dudes and their kids are like inverted. Did you know that? What's Will Smith's name? Will Smith. I don't know. I said that. Willow is the girl. Willow. The boy is Jada. They have like an inverted family. It's like they name the boy after the girl after the boy. They're married and they're both talking about like banging people. It's just a really, I don't want that. I don't know what I like. I mean, Will Smith's one of the coolest people of all time, but whatever that is, I don't want that type of relationship. That's not what I want personally. Someone said, I managed to find a wife at a bar in San Francisco, of all places. I had a girlfriend at the time, but it was going nowhere, someone said. So I left her, married my wife, and had children. Well, sounds like a good ending, I guess. Congrats. God bless. Someone said, I met my husband at a tanning salon. Gay, LOL, but he's a great man. I mean, it's not gay if he's not gay. I don't know. If he's gay, then it's gay. But yeah, was he tanning? Is that the secret? You just go to a tanning salon. I have to act like I'm Squidward or something. I'm like, just here tanning, just here doing yoga, ladies. Don't mind me. I'm just stretching. Hey, oh wow, there's a lot of women here. I mean, I don't know. It's okay. Should I go to a tanning salon? That sounds super corny. Someone said Elon's oldest is trans. Well, also, I feel like you run the risk when you have hella kids with hella women, then you're not able to be present. And then the woman just raises them without you. And then, things happen. But 30 years married, you have to wait for God to provide you with a wife. I agree. I understand everything happens at the right time. Will Smith's life is very sad, somebody said. I'm not going to listen. I'm not judging his life. I'm just saying I don't want that. Is it sad? I think it would be sad to me, but I don't know. That's the thing about like certain chicks. It's like you're like the coolest guy in the world, but your chick just like she's got you. You know what I'm saying, dude? That would hurt my soul. I'd be like, how did this happen? I was so cool. I was in movies. How did I lose all my power to a woman? I don't know. That's scary. I want to read this one. Women are overvalued. it's very hard for a normal guy to get a decent woman. You need looks, status, or money, or all three. Yeah, I mean, I think, I think there's a lot of elements of that for sure. Definitely, I think like women, I think a lot of women like the same guys, and I think that women are on a different timeline. Like, this is what I notice. Not all, because there's a lot of great women. There's a lot of women that get married, whatever. But it's like a lot of women in their 20s, they're not thinking about marriage because, like, even most guys are not thinking about marriage in their 20s. So it's like a woman in her 20s is just like doing whatever. I'm not saying all, but I'm just saying like super hot chicks. Some of them not. I mean, some of them get jobs and they do stuff or they have kids, but I'm not trying to stereotype, but it's just like this is like what most guys I think that are negative about the situation are seeing, and I kind of see it to some extent too. A lot of the hot chicks, they're doing what they want in their 20s. And then in their 30s, it's like, they start like they just want to be independent. And then by the time they're ready to settle down, it's like they want the guy that they used to get, but now that he doesn't really want that. Like, it becomes this whole thing where like it's every chick is like going for similar guys. And then when it becomes time to settle down, they want someone to settle with them, but most of those type of guys don't want to settle with them. They want to settle with someone else. So it's like this weird dynamic, and it's not to blame women because men are weird too now, but it's like there's this like tug and pull. Like none of it seems like organic or natural. And I think like, yeah, I don't know, in a weird way. And I don't know why, but I feel like in my 20s, I didn't really have money, but I was able to like I had more relationships. I had some in my 30s too, but it's like I don't know. I feel like in my 20s, even though I didn't have money, there was like, I was in high school, then I was in college, and it's like, I dated a girl that lived near me. It was just different because there wasn't the internet. I think the internet is like, yes, women like status, some like money, like that's all true. But I think it's like that plus the internet that really destroyed it. Because like, let's just say a woman was normally, oh, she wants status, she wants money. Most women couldn't really get that back in the day, so they just settled with whatever was around them. You know what I'm saying? Now with the internet, it's like women are connected to everyone. So if you're like a high value, like really hot chick, you probably have like 20 athletes and this and that. So it's like even if you are a high status man, it's hard to even trust these chicks anyway. Because it's like, say you're a high status, good looking dude that has money, and she's hot enough where you like her and you have all these options. You don't think she has other options? Like, what makes her like you more than the guy who has more money than you? What makes her like you more than the guy who's gonna, fly her to Mykonos? So it's like, yeah, but I almost feel like technology, social media has ruined it even more than like rich dudes. Cause like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm doing better now than I used to. And it's way harder to talk to chicks. It's not like I can't, but like back in the day, it's like, oh, you're here. Oh, I like you. Oh, I like you. Oh, let's like each other. Now it's like she's on her cell phone. You're on your cell phone. She's talking to 50 dudes. You're talking to people. Yeah, like it's one of those things where it's like back in the day, no chick had 50 dudes' numbers. Or if they did, it was like all at their college or something. They weren't like all over scattered all over the world. You know what I'm saying? Like now guys and girls of high value can talk to people all over the place, like seeking the right one. And they don't even look in their own area. So it provides this whole dynamic where like everything's out of whack. I blame social media more than anything for sure. And even as someone doing well on social media and doing well, it definitely helps. It's not like it hurts or anything. But like people just aren't present anymore. And it's like, even if you can get someone's attention or like, it's like, what, like nobody like lives in reality. So it's like everything's so fleeting. It's like come and go, or they like you more than you like them more than they like you. It's just like just nonstop. And I feel like as a guy too, you kind of can like tell it, like it's like you almost have to be completely ignorant to not realize what's going on. And that's when you like increase your chances of like getting a little more. But then it's like at what cost? Where it's like you think this chick's so into you, she's all over the place, but like the reason she likes you so much is because you don't even like realize it, you know, or it's like, I don't know. And then a lot of the people getting married, it's like in their 30s, it's like they did all that stuff and then they're just trying to find a guy who doesn't care anymore. And it's like, all right, I'm done with that. Let's do it. It's not all. There's a lot of problems with guys too, but I do feel like social media has, I'd almost rather be broke in my 20s at like a club where no one has cell phones than like doing what I'm doing now in my 30s. I'm not, it's not that bad. I'm not trying to sound like I'm crying about it, but you get what I'm saying? Like in my 20s, it felt like everyone was there. You're at a party, everyone's just there. Like it's like everything is what it looks like it is in front of you. And maybe you had a chick's number to like text it, but even that text was, it felt more real because like they weren't texting millions of people all over the world. Not that people are texting millions. You get what I'm saying? I miss like people actually talking and stuff. Now, I remember I went out like last year somewhere and there were hella like chicks in their early 20s and they're all taking selfies and Snapchats and like none of them are even like concerned with who's there because they're it's all like they all are like it's like I hate to sound like a boomer, but I remember the time when every guy and girl that was in a club, they weren't texting anyone. There was no one thinking about anything else but that moment. That world is gone. So it's like, you know, I don't know. It's not even that fun anymore to like go out. Tate talks about it sometime and he's right about, he was like, dude, it was fun to club during COVID. He's like, now it's not fun anymore because all the hot chicks are texting other dudes and they're like flying around and doing things. Like they're not like going to a club without a plan. It's like, if they're at a club, they already have a plan. They already have someone they're with. They want to fly somewhere else. Like the days of just hot chicks going out and not being on their phone is like, it happens, but it's like a white rhinoceros or something. Like there's definitely cool chicks that you'll meet and live in the moment with, but you got to, it's like a bald eagle when they were rare, you know, it's like, if you get one, you got to enjoy the moment. And it's that much more thrilling because, you know, after 3-4 hours, you're never going to see the chick again. And she's going to fly to like Bali or something. Someone said, Bob Ross, appreciate it. Bob Ross. All I do is chill. See if I have anything going on with my phone. Hold on one sec. I'm just looking. All right, I'm gonna head out in a second, but I just want to see. I forgot I've been live for so long. I was like, I'm probably missing a lot of stuff, but that's part of the game. All right. Let's see. That was fun though, folks. I appreciate it. It was like partially a news segment, partially just a life segment. You know, we talked about life, we talked about love, we talked about liberty. It was a good time. It was a public therapy session for myself and everyone here. We got to talk about things that interest us, the world, but also just life. Because, you know, I think outside of even just dating, I mean, we talked about that a lot. It's kind of funny, but just technology. It's not that it's necessarily like horrible and we're not victims or anything. It's just like, you know, it's slowly creeped up on us, especially with like COVID. And then after COVID, it was like always a thing, but I feel like it's like pharmaceutical ads or like gambling ads. The like exponentialness of it is like way more extreme than a lot of people realize. And nobody's really talking about it because everybody's just doing it. And I think, you know, some people talk about it for sure, but I feel like we're all just making the most of it. So it's like, who wants to sit and complain about this stuff or whatever? Or sometimes it's like embarrassing where it's like, I don't want to pretend like internet's addicting or it's hurt. Like, it's like, yeah, no one likes sitting on their computer for 12 hours. Like, it's not as fun as it used to be. And it almost feels like there's less and less escape. So it's like, you know, it was a good chat. We talked about politics. We talked about global affairs. We talked about literal affairs and, you know, a little bit of just the psychology of what's going on. Appreciate y'all. Real quick before I end, I just want to let you know, I'm not even just saying this. These are the sickest quality hats I made. They feel thicker than the other ones I've made. They're made in America. I got them custom made, literally out of the fabric, made in America fabric. They don't even make blanks like this because most people just buy cheap hats. These are not. These are real deal. Check them out. God bless. God bless. God is great. Dreamrare.com. Limited edition now. If they sell out quickly, maybe I'll do another batch. If they don't, maybe it'll be like these where I'll never get them again. But I've had this for like 3 years now, or maybe like 2 or 3 years. It's still good. Like nothing faded. These turned out phenomenal too, but they're all out. So check out dreamrare.com. Appreciate y'all. Have a good day. Thanks for hanging out.